Oh right, you can hear the TV. I keep forgetting. And there's your bar. Super. I could set this up now and then get Tomoko to search. Well, I already knew that my body would just say no. Tomoko, what are you wearing? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's Tomoko. Oh, drop. Tomoko. 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 Something's up. Tomoko. It'd be funny if the TV is louder than the game. Louder than the game. No, it's quieter than what you're hearing. I could turn myself up. No, not myself. I actually can't turn myself up without peaking the mic. This side of the mic would be peaked, or the game gets to be up. Okay, so what I'm already out of breath. I don't want to. It's just not fun for me, I guess. Oh, is this thing dead? Oh no, it's not. Okay. It's not a stream, but I can do. Wait, yeah. We can do it like this. We used to do it all those months ago. It's memories, Tomoko. Well, didn't really do this with you, but. So at this point Tomoko knows how to play this sport. We did a bit of training together, did some training with Garden. It wasn't even meant to be training and then it became training. We're done. So at this point it's just not being scared. That's it. Don't be scared. Also, don't be scared to be scared. That's a tricky one. I don't think it helps me that there are only 3 opponents as opposed to 15. Actually, there aren't 3 You know, it's funny how we said 3 opponents. Those are the words that came out of my mouth. 3 opponents. When actually it's 2 opponents and 1 teammate, but it feels like everyone's an opponent because when you mess up, you get shouted at. Not always, but you can. It's like no matter what you do, you're vulnerable to being accused for doing something wrong. So then Tomoko won't feel the same, but for me it feels like this actually for 3 opponents rather than a teammate and 2 opponents. That's quite sad, but that's how it is for me. Screen fries, Camille, Chloe, Martin.
Basketball. Here we go.
So I wonder how echoed it sounds. I don't know what the delay is between. Well, actually, the TV should be ahead. You'd think. I do like that doll. It's such a familiar face. And she has such a familiar face. Tomoko does. Barbara.
Play.
Oh, it does. Oh, good block. Clipped. Oh, he wanted that. Oh, over the fingers. How long did it take for the first 2 points to be scored? It's half the match. Well done. Yeah, it won't hit the rim. Some work to do. She's left-handed. Oh, there you go. Chloe's left-handed. I don't know about... who's the other person? Camille. I saw that. Block. Martin. Oh. You never know what's going to happen. Oh, well done. Oh, you hit the rim. There we go. Well, that's what I'm saying. Tomoko, did she? Yeah, she scored 3 points and that's it. I think she made 3 or 4 shots, and she missed 3 of them. She missed 3/4 of her shots, or she missed 2/3. Her shot accuracy is quite low. So you got real opponents. Real opponents. You have a real team. You have a teammate controlled by a player with a Joy-Con. They're going to shout at you when you do. Well, they're not going to. It's just, as far as I've experienced, you're very likely to get shouted at if you do what Tomoko did. That's the problem. It's supposed to be... Well, I don't know. It's a game, isn't it? There are many ways I'll explain. Well, I don't know which is contextually the best one. It's a game, can win, can lose. Tomoko is in what? The A. Yeah, it's like Tomoko's rank is A27. Give her a break, question mark. The A rank league is like it's for the players you have. It's not for, right? It's been defined by the players who have a decent sense of what they're doing, but they have some work to do. They have more ways to improve than players in higher leagues. That would be how the rank would work if, I guess, it was used correctly, question mark. Why am I saying that? It's like I don't know. We've got players. I don't know if these guys are actually here. I do remember that.
Let's go.
And of course I remember Rogue, so we'll see. If everyone's rank is 827, well, we don't know, but if there is some discrepancy, we know there are some players here. Yeah, everyone's A27, so until I see otherwise, we'll just do whatever. There's no worry. No one's going to eat you. Let's keep 2 points. Rogue. Famous for outsmarting Blue Eyes. Oh, rock. I wonder how loud it is when I just suddenly go when I dribble. Here! Dunk! Yeah! Oh wow. Oh yeah, you got past Rogue. I was paying attention to Nat and Tomoko. Well done. It's okay, Matt. It's okay. It's your turn. Oh, you messed up. Oh. Go for it. Oh, wow. Well done. It's over the fingers. It's okay, Matt. It's okay. You have to be ready for those. Oh, the ball. Yeah, the ball vanished.
3 points to win.
Very good. I do like that he's in the tiger jacket. I thought that suits him. Tomoko didn't run enough. I wanted to get Tomoko into the... Oh my gosh, I thought I was rogue.
3 points to win.
I mean, I guess so. You missed Tomoko. You got a chance to try, so might as well. No one's going to shout at you. Oh! Tomoko got the block.
3 points to win.
Rogue can just shoot in that time, but yeah. That's not something the AI usually does. If it's 0.4. Until 0.4 seconds left. Casual ancestor.
Ready, go.
I do like that Tomoko has her blue hair. I wonder if it's just the distance of Tomoko. I don't know. At this point, we know what to do. It's just not being scared. So I don't know if I'm being scared or if I'm just forgetting stuff. I don't really think that it matters. Well, it doesn't matter yet because you haven't got any so-called real players. You haven't got any players from our world and not Tomoko's world. Well, Tomoko gets the same players, question mark. It's just they're using the players' help. They're using help from people in our world. Me and you and I. Yeah, I guess I'm watching too, right? Our world has our players, and we have the characters in Tomoko's world. Characters. Sorry, Tomoko. Calling you a character. We're all characters. Seagull. Even the seagull's a character. So, I don't even know what we're talking about. We were saying it's not a problem that Tomoko's missing her shots yet because Tomoko is not paired with opponents using... How would I phrase this without it being too metaphorical? I don't really know. I don't know. Sack. Polaris.
Basketball.
What is... I wonder what Polaris means.
Here we go.
It's a name that I see every so often. It's very similar to Polari. I think Polaris is on the other team, yes. It's Polaris with Zack. Yep. Ramen Samurai. Honestly, I don't know. Oh, good luck. He dribbled so much. Oh, there we go.
In for two.
Polaris. Yeah, Polaris is over there. Why are we mentioning Polaris' name? Oh,
That's
well
2.
done. It's so tied. Tomoko jumped and she lost. Oh, he's actually thing because he skipped the thing. Maybe. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't really care. We'll just respond to whatever happens.
2 points.
If you don't know, it doesn't bother me. Ooh.
All tied up.
Can't wait all day for Philip, so if he's not ready, shoot, take the chance you get. Oh wow, he went for it. Oh wow, he's really good with the blocks. Zach. Block. It's 4-4. His face. This is it. Over the fingers. I'm surprised. Oh wow, that's fine.
Finish.
Yeah, none of Tomoko's she does the funny face. None of Tomoko's shots are connecting. Philip. And Zach's happy. Well, actually, her 2-point shots are connecting, but her 3-point shots are not connecting. Okay. It's time to call Gwen. See if we can figure out what's going on, because that's what I feel like doing. Let's go and get Gwen. Tomoko, I see you. Who have you got? Is that Rachel? Is it? It's Haley, isn't it? Yep, it's Haley. Kira, Kira! Oh, you both have the wavy bow, that's funny.
Play. In for 2.
Gwen! A big smile. Well done. Oh, you gave it to Haley. Ooh, good catch. No, so something's wrong. Well done.
Here's the lead.
Yeah, Haley's also left-handed. And she has blue hair. That's funny. Gwen.
Took the lead.
It's hitting the rim still. Good bat. That's interesting. That's happened to her already. Very close. Go and take a shot. Wow, Gwen can do it. Oh, cool. We got her to do a slow one, or a late one, and she got it. Well done, Haley. Interesting. Is that it? Oh, but they have no time left.
Finish.
Oh, on the floor. Superstar Gwen. And Tomoko, you're doing Barbara's pose.
Yay.
Oh, Gwen. Oh, right. I forgot that's a thing. Yeah, my brain's just thinking, just as well that Tomoko had all those sessions without those online plays. Because if she did, who knows what they would have said to her. Well, she wouldn't care, but I'd have to witness it. That's not really... I'm not really healthy enough to witness it. But that is the sad story at the moment.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh my gosh, I had a feeling that would happen.
Finish. New record.
Yeah, that's the score Barbara keeps getting. Again, you are closer. You're closer to the... I don't know if you should just try again with Gwen. Because then this is the other problem. Although if you're size small, I guess you're immune, right? So... if it just seems to be that every time Tomoko plays, you just can't get the 3-pointer shots. That's fine. She can go for 2-pointers instead if that's easier for her. But what if her teammate, which you've previously called an opponent, doesn't like that? She's going for a 2-pointer shot. If she's going for 2 points and they're unhappy, then what happens? Do they start getting, you know, upset and grumpy with Tomoko? Because after both teams... okay, it's Midori. That's Shinta and... is that Steve? It's not Ren. I think Ren is darker than Steve.
Play.
Yeah. I don't think we did anything differently, Tomoko. Well, you did. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe that's the joke. Yeah, something happens. Ooh, maybe I know what it is. I don't know how you're getting this swipe so easily, Tomoko. Yeah. That's funny stuff, Tomoko. Huh? Midori. Yep. Oh, well done. You're in the ball, Tomoko. Okay.
Free.
Okay, so we have to thank the game for giving us the tip. This tells me something interesting, Tomoko. Oh, I thought your name was Ren. I keep forgetting you're not Ren and you're Steve. Okay. You know, I'm surprised at this point your team does not have any points yet. Good block. Bonk. Good block. Oh, you got it.
All tied up.
Check that. You know, everyone has a Japanese name apart from Steve. Actually, I was going to say, you shot at the same time, Tomoko. That's what I was thinking. Steve probably realised that.
3-pointer.
And they got 3 points. Yeah, that hit the rim. I've got absolutely nothing. Tomoko. Yeah. I don't know if that's how you feel or if you're just doing that to make me laugh, but if that's how you feel, then I understand. I feel like that as well. What did you do wrong? I don't know. Well, I know what you did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. Tomoko, I don't think you can go out there if that's how you're playing. Because the players are just going to eat you, and that's not really useful for me. Alright. We'll get a barbarian. I think that's the right idea. And pass the limit on to the other players. Take it a little bit lightly to help Tomoko understand what she's trying to do. That is Susana. That is 100%. Imagine Susana with Victor. That's a very funny combination. Susana, Anna. Oh, they're both the same skin tone. That's funny. When you that's well, Tomoko, Susana. Susana has a face that I know very well. Yeah, that just seeing her face. Oh, too eager. Remember, Barbara, they're not playing as hardcore. Yeah, that's not working, Tomoko. So what am I doing? I'm listening to the game's advice. Maybe I'm taking it too seriously. Hmm? Yep. Yeah, you left yourself open, Tomoko. I don't know why you're dribbling, Tomoko. Oh, that went in. Okay, Tomoko, next time you shoot, I'm going to look at the Joy-Con and see what happens. See what my status is. Oh, well done, Barbara. Okay, you're up, Tomoko. I don't know. I didn't get any sort of... I didn't understand what happened, and then her shot was clean. Three points to win. Looking at that's... I don't... So what are we supposed to do? You think so, Tomoko? Or you're too busy thinking in case Susana a dunk? And the announcer really liked it.
3 points to win.
Wait. I wonder, Tomoko. You're very slow, Tomoko.
3 points to win.
Oh. Look at you two. You spent so much time together. You'd think it would be I, wouldn't you? She's always busy. I wonder what I's doing. Who's that? Is that Gwen? After we just saw her? No, it's Elisa and Susana's still here. Susana's very excited.
Play. 3 points.
Yeah, Tomoko, you know when I breathe like that. Tomoko, remember what we said? We said they're not playing that hard. What does that even mean? They're not playing. They're not playing so technically. No, Tomoko, you can't do it like that. Oh yeah, I should be saying that to myself, shouldn't I? You gotta be awake, Tomoko. You got the blocks, that's good. Oh yeah, right. Let's try that. Well, we can't try it again, can we? Barbara! No, Barbara, we know you know how to get... There you go. Yes, that's that big deep breath. That deep breath again. Well done.
3 points to win.
Can you do it? Bobby, please pass. The guy who doesn't take me just here, that didn't work, did it, Tomoko? Good catch.
3 points to win.
Nope. Tomoko, you just... Well, that's a loss for both of you.
3 points to win.
No, Barbara? No. Tomoko, eat! Tomoko? I do like the way they're passing though.
3 points to win. Game winner.
Nope.
Finish.
Oh, sadly, this is the best we can do as per the Spocky Square rules. We can only play. We can only practice playing across the full court if there are 2 teams involved. You can't play across the whole court if there's only one of you on your own, or if there are no teams. If you're playing with teams, you have to play throughout the whole court. It's just not possible otherwise. Oh, these are the rules. Barbara's very funny. You know, throughout that entire session, Barbara only made one shot, and it was on target. Isn't that what Gwen did the same thing? Gwen did. Oh, your score is exactly 1 second faster than what it was. I'm sure it was 67.2. Everyone's got pink hair. Well, not everyone, but. You're playing really rough, Tomoko.
Amazing! Finish.
You played really well. Celebration jump with Tomoko. Yeah, see, this music is loud. Even Sky talked to me about it. He said this song. This specific soundtrack seems to be extra loud. What am I supposed to do? The results seem. This is extra loud. Your shots were clean, Tomoko. So what's so different about the 2-on-2 match? It's time to find out. She has a pink phone. Fortune favors the brave putter. Wait, what did I actually say? Did I say brave or bold? Oh, I got the words mixed up because favor. Just let everyone play however they want. No holding back. They don't need to play however it feels fun. Who's that? Is that you, Giovanna? It's Jude. It's that phrase. You just can't escape. Whenever you see her, you think, oh, it's, and then you say her name, Julie. It's Julie. It's Julie. It's Julie. It's Julie. Julie's here.
3 points.
Oh my gosh, Tomoko, what was that? Sleepy.
2 points.
2 points. Shy is here. Eva's on the ball. You know what outfit? I think Eva's wearing the orange. Good block. Your shots are a little bit slow, Tomoko, so. Shy.
That's 2.
It's playing the side smoothing. Shakai and Tomoko have the same eyebrows. Tomoko and Eve have the same eyebrows. Oh, just about got that. Oh, you caught that, Tomoko, well done. Didn't think you would have caught it. Wow, well, she tried. See, I was about to say something silly, and then I realized it'd be funny. Well, it's not really. It's only funny if you think it's funny. It's even missed a 3-pointer shot, and then I was going to say, well, At least Tomoko's nice, so you don't have to worry about her shouting at me. But then Tomoko's title is actually nice, so then it's like a joke, but you know.
It's time.
She was a bit closer, so I wonder if she would have missed. She versus Junie. Ooh. Good even. Ooh. Well, bodies everywhere. Oh, did you? Did Shokai swipe? And then... Yeah. Well done, even. Shokai. That's the late frequent clean. That's what you want to see, don't you? But you only see it if you do this stuff. It's not, you know. Oh my gosh, Tomoko.
Finish.
Junie. Oh, you have Barbara's glasses, Eva. At this point, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, because what are we saying? We're doing the thing. No, we are. Question mark. I would be doing the thing that I say that you shouldn't do. What is the thing that you shouldn't do? You shouldn't play in the Pro League specifically to rank up. Question mark. Unless you... What? Unless you only rank up. What? Well, let's say you have so much experience that you're really hard to surpass. You'll keep ranking up because you keep winning matches until you meet players that are at your skill level or your relative skill level, and then your rank will just sit around that level. If that level is infinity, then you'll reach infinity. If it's not infinity, it's lower, then you're not going to reach it. So there's no point playing if you're playing for the rank and you don't have the experience to take it up there, which as far as I'm concerned, it seems like we don't. And then, as we said, we feel like all of the players are opponents, even when they're your teammate. So, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any reason to play in the Pro League. It seems a bit silly because I don't want to rank up. I don't really care about the rank. The only reason why we're doing all of this is because other people seem to care about the rank, and we have really helpful things to tell people, like exactly what we're saying to you right now. But who's going to listen to us if you don't have the rank? Well, some people might. How many? I don't know. I'm only going off of likelihood based on the current context, and it just seems that in gaming culture, you're really worth something if your rank is high. And you can prove that you have the knowledge of whatever, knowledge of the stuff that you're talking about. So we can say all this stuff about the rank. Do we have the rank to prove it? Well, we don't, but we don't need the rank to prove it because, as far as I'm concerned, I already have enough evidence to prove it. And many of what we said already proves the point. For example, Tomoko's rank went down to A27 because she doesn't have what it takes to stay at A28 based on how she was playing. And Barbara reached S5 for bowling and stayed there. Or went back down, went up, down, up, down, up, down. up to S6, back down, up to S6, back down, now it's S5. So Barbara's right, because Barbara does not have what it takes to get past that. I already have the evidence to prove it. But I don't know, it just seems that sort of insight seems to slip past people. Maybe they'll listen if they know that the information that they're getting is coming from a player with the Infinity rank. I know that you don't need the rank to have that information. It's like you don't need to have a PhD in teaching, if that's even a thing, to know how to be a teacher. But I guess as far as employers are concerned, you have to have it, which I guess is a safety measure, right? But yeah, I guess it is a safety measure. But then we can also say they don't have the patience to check all of the applicants from people who don't actually have qualifications, so they won't check. I think it's fair enough, I suppose, but it means that we're dealing with the kind of mess that we're dealing with, where you have players that Tomoko could be playing with who don't actually see her as a good teammate, or not even a good teammate, just a valuable teammate. You know, you need 4 players to play, and Tomoko's one of them. They don't care about Tomoko being one of the players if Tomoko can't do the mileage. If she can't perform the way that they want her to, then Tomoko's seen as insignificant. And we want to help people see past that. But what we're saying is, if Tomoko doesn't have the rank, he's going to believe us. I still don't know why Tomoko's playing like this. And something happens in 2-on-2. You can see Tomoko's shots looking a bit wonky now though. That's still higher than your old record, Tomoko. Yeah, I've got nothing really. We've been playing for an hour, only an hour, interesting. We could go back in there, but in the Pro League, but I just don't see the point. It just seems like I don't know, a fateful scenario that we just don't have. We don't have the ability to try and do what we're not trying. We have the ability to try, we don't have the ability to do what it is that we want to do right now. That's what it seems like. So until we gain more knowledge of what we're doing, I can't see Tomoko or anyone getting B. I can't see anyone being, or anyone, I mean anyone using any of my passes reaching an infinity rank for a sport. It won't happen. It also won't happen because we don't care about that rank. We just care about playing. And that's still nice. It's nice to be able to play. How you want. And honestly, you keep playing the way that you want, you'll probably end up learning stuff. The more stuff that you learn, the more experience you can gain that can help you play to a higher level. So it's not like you're playing freely. Like, it's not like if you just played freely, you would never reach the rank. You probably would at some point. But you still have to gain experiences, right? We just haven't gained enough experiences. That's why we're not there yet. We can do that without having to think about the rank. We don't need to think about the rank. We don't need to work for the rank. Like I said, don't need to work for it. You can gain the experience in your own time, and that's honestly what I'd rather do. I'd rather not keep playing endlessly, seemingly endlessly, just to gain experiences as soon as possible so that we can hit that rank, so that we can reach the rank, reach that pro league rank. Just so that people are hearing what I'm saying right now. I don't know, like it's, yeah, I don't know how long it will take as well, because how long it takes depends on the person and how their brain is currently shaped. One of the problems with this sport is that it's an interaction based sport, so you're playing 2-on-2, so it's not just you like this, it's not just you, it's you with other players, like Barbara. There's so many players, you have a teammate, like you've been saying, and you have opponents, and there are different controls. You got pass, dribble, run around, block, shoot. There are different things. Is that Emily? That is Emily. Marco, Theo. There are so many things that you do in a match. So, getting the 3-point shots in, I guess you just have to think more. That wasn't a clean shot. It's just more going on through your brain, and if you're not able to handle that, it's just going to be harder for you. Well done, Emily. Well, that was clean. I like her face. I'll just point, I don't have to say this, but I just think Emily looks like a natural black person. I think that's one of the big reasons why I like her. She looks really lovely. I could walk outside and see someone like Emily. Tomoko looks a bit more animated and goofy. I'm sorry, Tomoko. I think you look goofy. He kind of acts goofy as well. Maybe Marco as well, I don't know. I don't see people looking like Marco. What's his green hair? Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm really not feeling that, Tomoko. You threw from the left hand side and hit the outer rim on the right hand side. That's some crazy stuff, Tomoko. When you do the 3-point challenge, it's different because there's less going on. How do you run all the way to the 3-point line? Don't understand. I also can't talk and play at the same time, so it's hard for me to help Tomoko and have this discussion with you about stuff. Well done, Marco. And we're just there talking about Emily and how natural she looks. Oh my gosh. You see how this was not happening earlier? I couldn't tell you. We just haven't learnt that yet. And that's fine, but if there are players who have more experience than Tomoko and do know how to do, they do understand how it happens, they can make it happen often, and Tomoko is just sort of random, then gosh. Yeah, that's not our playstyle, Tomoko. You need to respect how we play. Let's play the game our way, Tomoko. You just gave Emily a dunk.
Slam dunk.
Slam dunk. I'm not American. It's Emily. Just her name, Emily. It's a lovely name. Good block. They can get to 10 points. Emily, she actually scored the first 3-pointer for her team.
2 points to win.
3 points to win. Actually, 1 point to win. I'm sure she said 2 points to win. Oh dear.
Finish.
Oh, your score's double Emily's team. Emily and Theo. Oh, they're both left-handed. Oh, look at this guy. Ideal, Theo. Request Emily. What is Emily requesting? Rainy day Marco with his hat. And nice Tomoko. His hair is clipping through her outfit. There's just so much more that goes on in a 2-on-2 match than like the 3-point challenge, for example. It's a lot easier to play in the 3-point challenge, but even the 3-point challenge has its limitations because you only get 25 balls, you only get 80 seconds, and you just have this clock looming over you and this score. Oh no, Tomoko's best score is 68.2. We need to play that good sort of thing. There's all these distractions that make it harder for you to play. If you could just play freely, maybe that would feel better. Some people work better with that freedom, but unfortunately, Sportsmate's basketball doesn't have that much freedom. It does have flexibility because it's really simple, but it isn't that. It's funny, flexibility and freedom, you think are the same thing. It's flexible in the sense that the game modes are simple, they're not sophisticated. I mean, there's only 25 balls, so it won't take too long, it's not very enduring. It also means that you can't get too stuck in it, because it's over after 80 seconds, so you're unlikely to find yourself playing for 2 hours or something, because after 80 seconds, that's it. And then you have to reset everything. So in that sense, it makes it more accessible by having it be so simple, but then it doesn't have the flexibility it doesn't have the freedom to allow players to, I don't know, play in the way that's more comfortable for them. The way that it's set up in this game, in Sportsmate Square, may not support everyone, or lots of people may be unsupported. So these are the sort of things that can impact. And I'm thinking about playing, that's why I can't really think. That's why I'm not thinking about what I'm saying very well. Tomoko. You're getting Tomoko to reach the Infinity rank. At least me getting, someone else could get Tomoko to the Infinity rank. But me doing it, I don't know. I don't know if it works with my brain. With this sport, you have to have a right brain for the sport. Oh no. This needs to be charged or you'll lose the video. Creek. Charge. Yeah. Oh, I can actually turn because it's quiet. And I can hear game stuff. Tomoko, those two are in sync. Or they were. She had to turn her head more to face Tomoko. Are they in sync now? No, they're not. Okay. Yeah. Some people's brains just don't see the fast-paced environment of basketball. So if you're that person, it's just going to take you. Well, not it's just it just me. It may take you longer to gain experience, to gain enough experience, or to gain experience that you need. So maybe the amount of experience that you need, maybe more or less than another person. But either way, that relative amount of experience, it may take you longer to gain that than another person. So you can reach infinity, right? But it may just take you longer. It may take you longer, and if you don't have the time to spend on that, then it's just not something you can do. This is the sort of issue that we have, because we can do it. We have the skills. We don't necessarily have a great understanding of the skills. That's probably our biggest setback, question mark, is not understanding it, and then also the fear, because then that distracts me from doing the stuff. Those two things, I think, are the biggest reasons why we won't reach infinity in any sport, as far as I can send anytime soon. I don't know how soon, how long it will take, question mark, but I think it will take a long time. Because I don't think any of the sports work with me in terms of what you need to do to rank up. I think we just have to do stuff. I don't think I can talk. There's just too much in my brain. She's so smooth. Don't listen to you, Tomoko.
Yes! Heating up! Amazing! Fantastic! Finish!
Oh, just it varies from person to person. Oh no, the music's extra loud now. Yeah, it varies from person to person. We used to get 29 a lot, Tomoko. I remember. But that is actually the only way you can get 29. By missing one regular boss hidden. You have to get all the money missing if you want to score 29. It'd be funny if you could get 30 points but take longer than 80 seconds, and then it subtracts -1. It subtracts 1 from your score and takes it from 30 to 29. Then you'd have 2 ways to get 29. But that way it would be harder, because if it's -seconds, then you have to finish with exactly 81. You have to finish in exactly 81 seconds. Otherwise, you'll have a decimal point extra. Actually, yeah, let's look at all the sports. I'm going to tell you what we're dealing with. So this sport, volleyball, you have a teammate, so there's that pressure. Badminton, it's just you and the opponent, but your opponent is unpredictable. So you have to have, I guess, a brain that, again, there's like the pressure like you have in volleyball, but the difference is it's just you and the opponent. Understanding what they'll do and being able to react. what's interesting about badminton is you can say it for all the sports like them. If you just treat it as, you know, a body controlling an item like a volleyball or a shuttlecock. What is it? Yes, you have a body that's controlling an item, and then your job is to defend the item or defend your turf, making sure that the item doesn't land on your side. And then it's, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I have an analogy, but I don't know if it sounds right. We'll just go with it. I'm thinking of Sibon. You know, Sibon doesn't care if something doesn't sound right, she just says whatever. That is her tag. And whatever, says Sibon. She just doesn't care. She's the kind of person who says strikes are overrated. That seems to be my favourite line from her. Okay, so robots. So pretend that all the players you're playing with are robots. So you don't know who they are. There's no emotion attached to them. They're just robots that control that item. You have to defend your turf from that item. I don't know if that's a great metaphor, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're able to just focus on the action that the robots are doing and then the item that's in play, then I think that will help. That can help you stay focused on what you're supposed to do. For example, bounce, set or spike in volleyball. You know, we mentioned this woman already. It's quite funny. Is she a woman? I don't even know. You'd have to ask her. You know what Sibon says? She says the night sky is dark. There are less distractions. Whenever the ball is in Barbara's hand, see her bowling lane in the night sky. It's like how the coffee girl does it. I just realized that is Tomoko. Yes. Whenever the ball is in Barbara's hand, see her bowling lane in the night sky. You're just thinking about Barbara. Well, not Barbara. You're just thinking about the pins and the bowling ball, the objects, the items, and the turf. That's what you're supposed to. Not supposed to, but that's. If that's all you're thinking about, you're thinking about, I guess, the social sides of the game, because the social part of the game isn't really what the game is about. Question mark. How do you phrase it? It's like the game isn't directly about making people happy. What is volleyball about? Let's get rid of Sibon. What is volleyball about? Volleyball is about hitting. Volleyball is about hitting the volleyball into the sky and then spiking it into the other team's turf. It's not about setting. You set it for your teammate to help you get the spike. So you're supposed to bump the volleyball to make sure that it doesn't land on your turf. Then the other person sets the volleyball up for you, and then you spike it into the other team's turf. And then the other team has the same job to do, protect their turf and work together. But it's not about making the opponent or the teammates happy. That's just like a side effect. Which I guess is why you can turn the steps off. I guess we'll get into them. Let's give you a run through of volleyball. He's playing volleyball. I can see Oscar. Oh, Chris. I was looking for you. I forgot what you looked like. Are you two wearing the same outfit? Yes, you two are wearing the same outfit. What are your eyebrows? Are they fitted straight? I don't know.
Play.
Good luck. Oh, you got it. Oh, wow. Oh, Steph.
1.
No one was on that side, Steph. It was you. Steph, that was all you. Well done.
1 all.
Boom. Ooh, good catch. Uh-oh. Ah.
1.
I wonder if you moving Tomoko messed that up. Bonk. I think she just jumped too late, Steph. Is it 2? It's 1, 2. 2, 1. Do you like how that spun? Oh, that's fine. Don't step on his hands. Ooh. Well done.
2 all.
Steph. Press Steph. Oh, I was going to miss that. Oh. Well done. Oh. Oscar,
3.
that was all you. Well done.
4 2.
It's 4, is it 4-2?
Match point.
I was not paying attention. Well, that helps. That does it, honestly, that helps me play. Oh, you were far from. Yeah, that's why. You were far from Steph. I didn't even think I'd noticed that before. Well done. She was far from Steph, so to get the quick spike, she had to wait a bit longer. But if she's right next to Steph when she does the quick spike, then it'll be quicker. I think. I'm not sure. I guess this is sort of what I'm talking about. Because I could be playing constantly to learn things like that. This is the first time I played volleyball for about a week, maybe? That's not a long time. I only played one game when I played. And since then, I have not played volleyball. Until today. In the elevator. I like watching the elevator. Feels like it moves a lot though. Okay, now it's not moving. Now it's going down. How long will it take to go back up? Okay, it stayed there for quite some time. You can see the wheel turning. This is clearly how much I like this game. It's supposed to be talking about skill stuff, and I'm fascinated by an elevator in a video game. Why? Because how often do you see elevators in video games? Because I don't see elevators in video games that often, and this one looks really detailed. It looks like an elevator I would see in a shopping mall, which I guess is kind of what this is. And also that elevator leads to the underground art gallery. I think there are 2 elevators, one on either side of the building. The Fighter Chris reality also. Press Steph. I think that she was, well, I don't know, Abby's breaking the fourth wall to say she's designed well. I guess, Steph, you just look like you're impressed. Your title suits you. And Tomoko looks nice. Chris looks like a fighter with big afro. And Oscar faces his reality. He keeps it real, likes it on. I wonder if that's why he's wearing the outfit. Or he just wanted to play along with Chris. Tomoko. Oh. Well, yeah, that was volleyball. We played it. It was okay. I wasn't thinking, yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. So when you play sports, let's say you're Team Chris, and it's 4-2, and you know that if those 2, Tomoko and Steph, get another point, the game's finished. At that point, a technical strategy may be to play it a little bit safe, because you know if you take big risks, you can give away a free point and that ends the game. Not really a free point, you just give away a point and that ends the game. But what if your brain crumbles like that? It's almost like the way that you want to play becomes invalid because it's too risky, so then you can't play your way. You have to play a safe way, because if you don't, then you'll lose. But what if you don't care about winning or losing? You just want to play your way. I mean, what if you like winning, but you like winning by playing the game freely, playing the game in a way that you enjoy, and if that helps enhance your playing experience, it may feel worth more to take risks, even when you're falling behind. Maybe, I'm not sure if I know how to explain, but maybe that's why. Perhaps it feels better not even realizing that the score is 4-2, because if you don't even know that the score is 4-2, you just keep going as if you're not going to win if you get another point. You're just doing the thing that you like, which is kind of Tomoko's thing, isn't it? She likes playing bowling so much that she enters this thing that we just call the Tomoko zone, and when she's in the Tomoko zone, it doesn't actually, nothing matters. It doesn't matter if she gets a strike or not. She just likes throwing the ball. That's where she gets her fun. For Tomoko, the fun of bowling is just playing it and throwing the ball, and doing what you're supposed to do, but to do it in a way that she enjoys. Tomoko's not going to restrict herself by playing it in a way that will get her strikes. I guess safely, Tomoko doesn't play a safety game. Even though Tomoko does bowl from the same spot, she has a spot that she likes to bowl from, but Tomoko doesn't necessarily do it because she wants to be safe. Tomoko just likes bowling that way. That's Tomoko's way. So, Yeah, Tomoko's not that fussed about winning or losing. But the joke is, Tomoko played like that and she got 299 points. When the first time we saw her, I think, well, the first time she was featured in a stream, she got that score. Because she was just calm, happy to do what she's doing. It's Tomoko. At this point, I also realized that the things happening, I don't like this when this happens. It's when you have so many videos or recordings or whatever that you start talking about past events so much, and every modern video becomes a recount of something that happened in the past, and you no longer get so much of a freshness. It's just all about stuff that happened before. I don't like it when that happens to channels, to channel content, but it just seems to be a thing. Well, we'll let it happen for now and see what happens in the future. Because then it sort of prevents moments like that from happening again. In the same way, it doesn't happen as naturally because you just remember, oh yeah, we did this thing. Even when we say it's due, it just doesn't come out anymore because we just think about how that became the phrase. So you rarely hear me say, it's Julie, because I just cut myself off because I remember that that's the thing that we did. Yes, that's that. Yeah, well, I think I summarized that bit about volleyball. Positioning against the spike. That bit's difficult to predict the direction of the spike. That bit is difficult because you don't know where they're going to. But if you really enjoy volleyball, that will be something that your brain clicks. Like when you know that the opponent's going to spike, your brain gets excited and thinks, ooh, where are they going to send the ball? And then you predict it. You try to predict it and you focus on the sort of psychological side of it as well. Maybe they'll do this based on these previous events. You get really stuck in the sport, like we said with Tomoko getting stuck in bowling, entering the Tomoko zone. That can happen to a player in regards to volleyball, and when that happens, it enhances their ability to play because now they're really focused on the event that's happening right at that moment, rather than the overall picture. For example, the score's 4-2. If I miss a spike and the ball lands in my turf, we lose. You're not thinking about that, you're thinking about the fact that there's about to be a spike, let's try and block it. Yes, so I think that's why for me, when you don't focus on the score, and when I don't focus on the score, it can become more fun. Maybe it's nice to appreciate that the score's there, but like we said with Susana, you can appreciate the stuff, but once the ball's in Barbara's hand, once the gameplay begins, then it's back to the right start. Focus on the game. That's yes. Volleyball is what we just showed you. That's what it can be like to play volleyball. I don't think I need to say anything. I think you can deduce its difficulty based on, I guess, what kind of brain you have, without me having to describe it. I guess that's what people want, though. They want you to say the stuff so that they don't have to think about it. If you don't think about it, then they just don't think about it, so they don't appreciate it. I'm not sure what we would say though. I think we're talking about what kind of brain would suit volleyball. We did okay, but with Tomoko, we did okay with Tomoko, but we were just playing with Tomoko's friends, and I've played with Tomoko's friends, with her friends a lot. So I guess I'm used to how they play. But when you have the other players, it can be different. That prediction thing can be difficult at times. You don't know what's going to happen. If you get scared, then that can also impact your ability to play. Remember we talked about the social part, where the other players kind of eat you alive, even your teammates. That sort of comes in there too, because when you, let's say you lose a point, your teammates barking at you, look, you should have gotten the ball. We actually kept saying that as well. Oscar, that was all you missed. But we weren't saying it, we weren't barking at him, we were just saying that's fun. Like, even when Steph missed the ball, and she was on Tomoko's team, I was laughing. I mean, I wasn't laughing, but I was amused by the fact that Steph missed. I thought she would have gotten it. And Tomoko was on the other side, so she couldn't get it. Not very easily. Based on where she was before whoever spiked, I think Oscar spiked. Tomoko couldn't have gotten it very easily, but Steph didn't jump, so then no one got the ball. But if you have players barking after you when you lose, then it can be quite intimidating. It makes it harder for you to focus. Which is, yeah, we said that about basketball already. Also when the other player wins, and then they make you feel like you're inferior. Which we've spoken about in the context of Leoma before. We sort of get that feeling, we've gotten that feeling from him in the past. Although I seem to treat it now like it's a game. What kind of game? I don't know, it's just he's using the stamps for fun. I just think it's fun when he uses the stamps. I don't know if he takes it personally. He was playing with Sibon recently, and I think Sibon had 60 points in 3 triangles or something. She was in first place at the end of round 1. I think Nuema had a split and didn't convert, or he didn't get a spare. And then he used the sad stamp. I was just laughing. I felt bad for him as well, because I know Nuema was good. I shouldn't mention his rank because it's not important, but I guess it's like that's what my brain's used to thinking about, isn't it? His rank is still at S6. Last we saw him, it was S6. The highest I've seen him have is S7. He's in the S rank league, level 7. Well, that was the highest level I've seen him in the S rank league. Right now he's level 6. Well, when Sibon faced him, he was level 6. We know he's good. Not because he has the luck, but he played with this guy so many times, probably more than pair running at this point. And I've seen how he bowls good. So when he had a low score and he had no triangles, I felt bad for him too. And then afterwards he used some other stats, he used the panicking demon stat, and I just thought to myself, he's doing his thing. I wonder how he's feeling though, because I don't think he's met Sibon. Does he just have an issue with Barbara's friends? Does he feel intimidated by Sibon? Sibon is just doing the thumbs up stuff, because Sibon's saying, yeah, I know about you, Nuema, it's okay. You've got this. Keep going, Nuema. But Nuema's saying, I don't know how he feels. Does he feel intimidated, or is he trying to be intimidating? When players are like that can be distracting. They can be like that for all the sports, but why it's significant for volleyball is because you have to interact with that player in the sport. You're either playing against them, so you're receiving their spikes, or you're teamed up with them. So when you get stats like that, it can put you off. So, you can turn off the stats as well. I don't think it's good to turn off the stats because the social side's not important during the match, but it can help players feel like they're playing with other people and show a sense of appreciation for each other. That's why I like having the stats on. But I guess they don't get utilised for compassion. Yeah, but that's the Playground, the exclusive thing. You'll still have to deal with that if you're playing in the Pro League unless you have the stamps off. So let's say you have the stamps off, then what are you dealing with? Then you're just dealing with the teamwork thing that we said. You have the teamwork and then anticipating your opponent's actions. So if you're good with working under that kind of pressure, making split decisions, which could vary depending on what's going on, then I don't even know what I said, but that's what you have to do. You have to think on your feet, as they say. You have to have good reaction speed and appreciate the different scenarios that you could be in, anticipate what could be the right outcome, or what could be the right counter-attack. Not sure what to say. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about what kind of person is likely to succeed, what is success? What kind of person is likely to be in the higher volleyball pro leagues? I guess it's just that, isn't it? Someone who's good at reacting to a variety of different possibilities and is able to stay within, or I guess be in the Tomoko zone as they're playing, to not let things outside of the sport get to them while they're playing, and to be focused on the game, to appreciate it. So I guess you have to like volleyball itself, because we don't have to like it, but you have to respect the rules of the sport. So yeah, respecting the rules of the sport, being adaptable, being able to respond to a variety of possibilities. I'm still thinking about that hot rope jump minigame from Mario Party 2. With that minigame, all you're doing is pressing A and you're responding to the lava bubble swinging around. All you have to do is press A. They can move at different tempos, that is true, but I guess because what you're doing is pressing one button, it makes it a lot more simple than volleyball, where you have to position your character. You also have to keep in mind your teammate as well, so that they can position themselves and so that they can affect what the opponent does, because they may change their mind based on where you two are positioned. You have to swing up to block. You have to also swing up and then down to spike, but then you also have to think about timing and then the direction of your spike, and then do you do a quick spike, do you do a slide attack? There's so many different things, so you need to be quite adaptable. And reset backwards is different on the other hand. badminton because there's only one person that you're against, as opposed to basket, as opposed to 3. Well, you're only against 2 players, but it's different because when you're against 2 players, there's more stuff that can happen. I don't know, I mean, even... I don't know, I don't feel like I should be talking. You can see what the controls there.
One love.
Yeah, I won't say anything. Just play and react. Oh, Tomoko.
One all.
I will say that I'm getting tired. Sorry, Tomoko. You don't want to be tired when you're playing. That's not very helpful. Tomoko. I'm not sure what to do. Yeah, you looked confused. That was a good drop shot, actually. Why do I say that? Because it meant Tomoko had to reposition herself. She had to, it's like, there were only so many ways she could return without it being a wobbly shot, because he went across. Oh yeah, you work here, Tomoko, I forgot. I mean, it's been so long, I forget. Wow. Well, the shuttlecock is off the court, it's just laying there. That's what badminton is like. I would say that what I like about badminton, I've had this discussion with Mayview. Well, he had this discussion because we used to play Mario Tennis Aces together, but one thing that I didn't like about that game was that there were so many different things that you had to account for. There were so many different possibilities, a bit like with volleyball, in the way that we were talking about it. There are so many different things that you can do, so being able to respond to the opponent. Sorry, just the fact that passing with pink hair, she's looking at Daisuke, but she's holding a phone in her hand. she's on autopilot right now. That's funny. Yeah, you have to account for Navio, my teammate, and then the team that we're going up against, and then they can make zone shots which go really fast, and you can do this thing where you can block the trick shot without damaging your racket. But then to do that, you have to press the button to block at the right time. If you miss the timing, then your racket gets damaged. So a lot can be at stake sometimes, and for reasons like that, it's quite stressful. What I would say about badminton is that here, which is Tomoko and Dusky, so there wasn't much going on. I guess the controls are quite simple, and the court is quite small. The possibilities are somewhat limited because you only get to hit the shuttlecock once before it reaches the other team's turf, and then the other player's area, and then all you can do is, well, there are 3 different shot types. There's the drop shot, the overhead, there's 5. It's the drop shot, the overhead swing, the underarm swing, the smash, and the super smash. Now, the super smash you can only do when you're returning a wobbly shot. The smash you can do is the yellow one. I don't know. When you hit the shuttlecock and it has a yellow line, that's called a smash. Well, that's what a smash looks like. Then the overarm and the underarm depend on the timing of your swing, I believe. Yeah, see, Tomoko and I were clearly doing it, but me describing it, I don't think I could do that very easily. It's like I'm still learning, which I would say is true. And then the drop shot, there are different ways to do the drop shot. Depending on when you use the drop shot, it will have a different effect. The way that you swing as well as you're doing the drop shot can make the shuttlecock behave differently. So there are some technical aspects to badminton, but there are only 4 main types of shot that you can have during the match. So I guess there's less to worry about. The court's smaller, there's only one opponent. So maybe that's a sport where players you can't work with so much, they'll be a bit more comfortable with in comparison to volleyball. You don't have to worry about teammates, you don't have to worry about so many different outcomes. There you go, see, it's a smash. If you hit the shuttlecock at a high point in its arc, it's a smash. So that's that. Should we go in a line? Maybe. He's bowling. I guess we should just play Tomoko, and then after we finish, we'll... Look at you running. Do you have your bowling ball? Or you have Siban's bowling ball? You have Siban's bowling. Okay. No, it won't take too long. This cable might get in the way though. Wow, that was a fast ball. It's Theo Vincenzo. I like the way the ball looked like it was interesting. David. Tomoko. So smooth.
Next week.
Martin. Did I call him Peter? I wonder. That's Martin. There's 30 points in 2 triangles. Yeah, I like the way the ball is spinning, that is cool. It's Tomoko doing the thing that she loves. It feels in that outfit. Oh, that's, see, I've never seen that. What happened? Oh, that looks fun.
Spare.
Yeah, again, it's. I mean, this is Tomoko's thing, isn't it? Not really thinking about what she's doing; she's just doing it. I like that. When I play this sport, I'm thinking about what we're doing. I've also had this discussion with Former Sky. It just doesn't come together. The card game loves that pin. Keeps talking about it. Pin number 7.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel like I'm noticing something with the way Tomoko's throwing in relation to my Joy-Con. It's quite interesting. Yeah. Well, I don't notice things like that when I'm thinking too much about strikes. And so, again, I think that's the thing across sports, is there's no sport that's exempt from that. If you're just thinking about too much that isn't necessarily the sport, then like the actual activity, which is throwing the ball, then it can just be distracting. They're thinking about strikes rather than just getting it. And to get them, you don't need to think about it. You just need to throw the ball, which is what Tomoko just did. Which I guess lines up with what Susana says, where she says strikes are overrated. You don't even need to think about the strikes to get them. But everyone's there talking about strikes. It's fair enough, but... Ooh, Tomoko, your shots are very straight. It probably has something to do with the timing of your throw. I wonder if you could throw a bit earlier. Oh, I guess that works. There's a cool little thing that you do, breaking the fourth wall. I like that animation. Sometimes, yeah, her pose looked epic. It's Tomoko. You got number 4 this time, but wait. Yeah, you got number 4 just to get number 7.
Spare.
Yeah, when you're thinking too much, it can get in the way. You can focus on the activity, but you don't need to focus on, I guess, yeah, just the external stuff. Like I have at this point, I have not really considered what Tomoko's score is. I did mention she has 30 points. It would be funny. I think after she got, that looks really good. It's not as good as I thought it was. It looks cool though. I still liked it. I'm not sure what's going on with Tomoko's bowling. It's a mystery. Pin number 1's not getting pushed very far. That's what it is. And she got a double, and then she stopped getting strikes. And then I just stopped. I stopped looking at the score. Having fun, just bowling. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know how I'm handling the mic, so I apologize. So this pin. That's another thing with the pro leagues. They it's not even the pro leagues, it's what the players who play the pro league get to think. Not intentional, I don't think they intend to get you to think about getting strikes, but they just tend to do that. Or it feels that way. That's so interesting, Tomoko. Wow, how'd you do that to pin number 1? Did you get 204? You scored, yes. 204. I'm not used to seeing the characters sitting on the couch because we've just been at the basketball court so much. So I'm not used to seeing the sitting animations. Stretch. Stretch. Sneeze. You only missed 1 pin, Tomoko. You played really well. Guess what? It's not good enough for survival bowling because well, sometimes it is, but with the standard lanes, 204 probably not good enough. It'll probably be enough for you to reach the S rank, and that's about it. Good luck getting past. Well, I mean, not many people get past S. Let's be honest. But yes, good luck getting past S with a score of 204. It's unlikely to happen. But bowling, what can we say about bowling? Oh, you're on your own. Oh, with survival bowling, it's different because the other players are there. We spoke about the win already, but the stamps thing is external. You can turn the stamps off. So let's talk about if the stamps are off. Well, you can still see the other bowlers and what they're doing, so that can be distracting. But that's again if you're focused on the scores. To be fair, the game does put the scores on the left side of the screen. So if you're not able to avoid seeing that, or you're just so used to looking at it, it can be hard to forget about the scores. As we already said with the other sports, when you think about the scores too much, it can distract you from doing the thing that you're trying to do, which is throw the ball in, I guess, a useful way. So if you get distracted, then you might not throw the ball the way that you wanted to throw it, and then you don't get the strikes and stuff like that. Yes, because you're not properly thinking about the sport, you're just thinking about things that are unrelated. And you might think, well, getting the split conversion, thinking about getting the split conversion is related because it's what's in front of us. There's a split and we need to convert it if you want to stay in the game. But instead of thinking about getting it, think about, think about the bowling that you need to do to get it. But thinking too much about what happens if you get it, what happens if you don't get it, those are the sort of things that can distract you. And then when that happens, it can be less fun to do the stuff. All of this is quite fun because when players play for the rank, this is what happens to them. They stop thinking about the sport and they start thinking about what they need to do to do well in the sport. So rather than just playing like Tomoko, they're thinking about how to play, how they should be playing, not just playing. And then that makes it harder for them to focus. I'm not sure if I've explained that well, but I have a decent sense of what I'm trying to say. Well, I know what I'm trying to say, it's just that saying it to other people that's difficult for me. That's not where I specialise. And then this victory music is just loud, as we discussed already. I wonder if the mic was like this, it would be easier to hear me, but it's always face down. I'm not sure if that makes a difference. I'm going to turn this down to 12.7. We'll just leave it like that. Well, you can also hear the TV, so that's funny. That is funny, isn't it? Maybe we'll turn it up again. The game volume. I did 10.7 back in the days. I can't get it to 10.7. Yeah. You have the other players, but they're not playing with you, if that makes sense. You don't have to interact with them because they're playing on their own lane and you're on your own lane. So you don't have to worry about what they're doing. You can just focus on you. That's not possible with the other sports that we mentioned because why is it not possible? Yeah, it's not possible with the other sports that we mentioned because with the other sports you have to respond to an opposition and you have to respond to a teammate in volleyball. But in bowling, there's no teammates and there's no opposition to respond to. Yes, there is still an opposition, but you don't have to respond to them because all you have to do is bowl. And what they do doesn't impact what you need to do. In order to play the game. So I suppose that can be quite nice about volleyball. You can't use stamps in playing locally. Yeah, that can be quite nice with bowling. You get to play on your own, well, you don't get to play at your own pace in survival bowling. You also have a time limit, so that's not, I guess that's not helpful, but it makes sense why there's a time limit to me, and you still get to play on your own. With these sports, you have to worry about another person. So if you lack best 11, bowling might be the sport. It is probably the most technical sport, that's the joke. There's so much to it. You see, we saw Tomoko throwing at the same spot. A lot of her throws looked quite consistent, but there was just something subtly different about each throw, and that's why she didn't get 10 strikes. She just got 4 or something like that. The way that you spin, just a slight adjustment in how you twist the Joy-Con can change that. The timing of your throw, the direction of your throw, there's a lot to bowling. I would say there's more to bowling than there is to these ones. So yes, all you're doing is swinging your Joy-Con while holding a button, but the way that you swing is so important. I guess there's more of a discrepancy, well, I'm not sure that's the right word, it's just more technical. There's more of a technicality to the way that you swing, I think, with this sport than these two. Or it's more in order to bowl and get strikes, for example, you have to be quite precise. Whereas there are a lot more ways to win a game of badminton because, well, question mark, because as long as you're able to return the shuttlecock, you'll always get another chance to come back and win, or you're very likely to get another chance to come back and win a point. With bowling, you have to bowl in a way that gets you a strike, or you risk, it's just about it's very irritating, but you need to get enough points, and if you don't bowl the way that you're trying to do, you might miss crucial pins and you might miss points, and then you get eliminated. That's something that you don't get with this sport, badminton. Yeah. I would say it's the most. Can we cover golf? It's quite hard to cover golf, but I don't think we should do that. Only because it's this is the time. I was not meant to. I was supposed to stop at 3. Creek. Frame lag. We were supposed to stop at 3, and then we decided to do this explanation about how some people can be tailored to different sports. It depends on what kind of brain they have. So, Tomoko's face. What golf club do you have? Do you have? Oh, because Eva. Yes, you have that one. That's interesting.
Nice shot.
Well, that's funny about golf, because you can set the stance at any position, you can actually swing in different ways to get a straight shot. I'm mostly doing it in a weird way for Tomoko, because I'm helping Tomoko in a weird way, because I have this cable and I'm very likely to hit it. Is that good? That might be too much, Tomoko. Yeah, it was. You were a bit offset as well.
Nice on.
Okay, in survival golf, you can't really take your time too much. Oh, baby pup. You can't take too much time in survival golf. But
Nice par.
to be fair, when you're playing in the Pro League, wait, why is the total 12? It would be 4 plus 8. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're playing in the Pro League. The Pro League is designed for more experienced players. I suppose that's how the Pro League works. So, if you're playing in the Pro League, it's probably because you've played and you have experience. Although survival golf as well, when you play that, even if you're not in the Pro League, I'm sure you still get a time limit. That's, say on a par 4, par 3, I think you'd only get maybe 80 seconds. Don't really remember. Okay, this looks interesting. I'm looking at the slope on the green. I'm not sure about this one. I'm not really trying to think too hard either, because it's not really. Oh wait, how are we going? Okay. Is that too hard? It's not bad. I don't think she needed the backspin though. She didn't even backspin. That wasn't too bad though, Tomoko. She didn't even backspin. She didn't even use backspin. That's what she didn't do. Not bad. Wow. Very close. It's just the slope got you. It's another par for Tomoko.
Nice par.
But assuming you have a relatively decent understanding of what you're doing, in golf, you get an okay amount of time, and once again, the other player's actions don't affect you unless you're thinking too much. You just get to play golf at your own pace. You got the wind, yes, you do have the wind. Getting a straight shot seems to be quite easy for the most part, if you understand what you're doing. The course itself doesn't change, so it's just the wind that changes. You do have to be adaptable to where your ball ends up, and the wind, how strong the wind is. But again, what's nice about golf is you get to play, or not get to play, you get to play, yes, but more importantly, watch, we'll swing with Tomoko, then I'll get distracted. You hurt it. You'll be okay. If anything, you'll end up in the rough. I think you will end up in the rough. Yeah, you're in the rough. Doesn't matter. That spot's quite hard to work with anyway, and if I'm honest with you, can you get underneath the... No, you're just going to end up in the rough again, Tomoko. Alright, you ready to do this, Tomoko? Not bad. Yeah, it just went underneath the trees. Ooh, so close. If you only added a bit more power. You won't need to use all the power anyway. Or maybe you might. No, I'm not sure. Let's try this and see what happens. It's not bad. No, not enough. Very close though.
Nice on.
Yeah, so the golf courses don't change. The position of the hole does change. So that's quite interesting in that context. I do like how it's just Tomoko, there's so much space behind it. It's just open. And the colours suit her because it's blue and the water's there. And they've got the sand, it's the same. It's actually the sand is darker than Tomoko's skin tone. You have one birdie to your score, just -1. Yeah, so the golf course doesn't change, so you can get used to the different parts of the golf course and where to hit the ball, what you can and can't do based on the geography that you're working with and the clubs that you're using. There's a lot of stuff there's a lot of controlled variables. It's a bit like it's a bit similar to hot rope jump, because with that minigame, you're always just pressing the A button. And that's the only thing you have to do. You're only jumping over the lava bubbles. You don't have to jump over anything else. It's just one obstacle. So just follow that one obstacle, press this one button, that's it. It's quite simple. And golf kind of has that to it as well, because the golf course is the same, the clubs that you have are the same. It's quite easy to hit a straight shot as well with full power. Well, I guess if you're, I would say it's relatively easy to get used to. It's not too comprehensive. A bit like the badminton, it's quite simple, not too sophisticated. So yeah, there's a bit of it's somewhat dynamic. Even in this sport, you have different wind speeds. It would be nice if it rained in this game. It doesn't rain at all in Sparkle Square, but in golf as well if it rained, because that's the thing about it, golf super rush. and you have to remember, oh yeah, it's raining, so the ball won't travel as much. That's the thing that I like. Just got you to think about what real golfers have to deal with. I think that would be a nice addition to golf, but it doesn't rain, and that's fine. You still have a variety of things to look out for, but there's a lot of controlled variables to get used to, and then you're not having to work to a constantly changing social environment, because I guess social environment, right? Because you're dealing with other players and they can do so many different things. You don't know what they're going to do, or you might. Even with the 3-pointer mind games, we've discussed it. You can use it, but then when's the person going to shoot? You don't know when they're going to shoot the basketball. So, oh, this music again. You don't know when they're going to shoot the basketball, so it's still quite dynamic. It's not that simple, and to be able to do that while having to make sure that you run around to get open for a pass. Yeah, if you're attacking, being open for a pass, looking for a chance to pass, looking for a chance to dribble without getting swiped, and then looking to shoot without getting blocked, thinking about when the other player will try to block you. Can you imagine how many times Tomoko keeps shooting when the timer says 4? I think even Blue Eyes kept doing that as well. I think either 4 or 3 for Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes was 4, I'm sure Blue Eyes was 4 as well. She'd always shoot when the timer says 4. Which I guess is nice, like Tomoko. Blue Eyes is just used to that. That helps Blue Eyes think, okay, now shoot. But then the other player can just block it because they know when Blue Eyes is going to shoot. So it's a bit problematic, isn't it? We do have a trick for that. We could try and see if it works. Tomoko used to practice this one. While I've been with Barbara, I haven't practiced this. I used to do the late 3-pointers, and our argument for the late 3-pointers was that if we do them at the same time as we do a quicker one, an earlier one, then the blocker has to figure out, are we going to use a late 3-point shot or an early one? And if we're using an early one, then they have to block early. If we're using a late one, then they have to block late. And if you don't know which one's going to be used, then it's hard to say, isn't it? How do we do this again? Unless shots are drifting that way. What would that imply? Like that, right? Okay. Oops. Don't get to shoot all of them, Tomoko. We have one left.
Finish.
Well, one thing I find quite interesting about basketball is, I guess, the extent to which 2-point shots are easier than 3-point shots. Getting a 2-point shot in, yeah, you're closer, so your shot accuracy is going to be higher, because I guess there's a bigger range of inaccuracy. That you got none of the money balls in. It looks so funny. 0 times 2 is 0. Yes. So 2-pointer shots are easier because they're closer to your accuracy. I guess your accuracy range is higher, so it's easier for you to have a shot on target. That said, Tomoko has also missed 2-point shots, but that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the fact that when you're closer, it's easier to score, which is probably part of the reason why Size Small plays the way that she does. So imagine you're playing, with Tomoko and Barbara, you have them together and they're just chaining together a bunch of passes. You're thinking, okay, when are they going to make a shot? You don't know when they're going to make a shot. And then they do, but they can do it really quick because you're not ready. That's another dynamic that you have to get used to. It's not just when are they going to shoot. When they're in the shooting phase, when are they actually going to enter the shooting phase? Because all they're doing is running around and passing. Let's take a look into this. This is also one of the things that we want to do with basketball, starting with Blue Eyes. Because, as I said before, I don't know if... Did we record that? Maybe we did. The story goes, we watched Keshin Ray play basketball, and she was doing that. She was sending so many passes across. Her gameplay was so fast. Her gameplay was really fast, and we thought, wow, that looks like so much fun. I want to do that. So then I got Blue Eyes to play, but no one was following her. And even when Blue Eyes did get passes going, it was so much for a player that they just disconnected. And then when Blue Eyes got to the A rank, no one passed to Blue Eyes. So Blue Eyes would pass, wouldn't get the ball back. Blue Eyes, and then Blue Eyes doesn't have the ball to begin with. Blue Eyes doesn't get the ball because when the other person gets the ball, they just take a shot. And that's how they play. So that whole passing game doesn't ever get explored. Let's have a look and see what we can do, Tomoko. I don't know what's wrong with that joy. I imagine that's the orange one. Keep in mind, Barbara likes to take shots as well. He knows what she'll do. I don't think I can talk about what we're doing. We just need to let it happen. That's Naomi. Is it Naomi? It's Naomi and Rachel. Repeated Naomi. Rachel has brown eyes. Let's see what you two can do. Oh my gosh, Tomoko.
That's 2.
They both have, everyone has brown eyes. Yeah, everyone has brown eyes. That's funny. That's funny. Look at the time. Swipe. Ooh. Just slipped it past you. Tomoko. Well done. You have to spice it up too. If the other person knows that you're just going to wait out, keep passing. Ooh. Oh no. Oh, you had time.
All tied up.
Don't try too hard, you two. Okay. Tomoko. You messed her up, Barbara. Well done, Rachel.
Not at all.
All tied.
Finish.
Barbara, why is your face like that? Oh, you have to be in the zone to do it. So just because I'm talking about it, I want to demonstrate, it doesn't mean that it will happen. Which I guess is the sad part, but well, that's just how it is, isn't it? You have to feel like doing it. But I think that is a very useful tactic to have that doesn't get explored too often. But I think this kind of sums up what today's been, hasn't it? It's just been us trying to do this thing that we don't really feel like doing. And then the gameplay's offset. Although what's funny is that Tomoko made one 3-point shot and she got it in. Maybe she made two, but only one of them went through to the, past Rachel. I think it was Rachel who blocked. It just went straight in. That happened with me myself. She'd make the shots and just go in. You guys, what are you doing? How did you do that? I don't understand. And then when we try to get the West to do it, it doesn't work. You're thinking too much about getting the point and getting the 3-point shot in instead of actually thinking about what you need to do. I don't know. You're thinking too much about the implications of the shot. You need to do this, that, rather than subconsciously doing it. Maybe that's what maybe that's the terms I'm looking for. That also supports my opinion in terms of which sport I think is easier to. In fact, I don't even think it's easier. So what is this? This is a discussion we had with Rohan. He said that bowling is one of the hardest sports to reach the infinity ranking. And up to that point, I thought the opposite. But not the opposite as in general, just the opposite for me. Because for me, I work better when I know that there aren't other players involved. It's just me and the character that I'm helping, for example Bob. So that made it such that I'm in control of what's happening. We don't have to worry about upsetting other players by playing in a way that doesn't support their ability to work with us, if that makes sense. Volleyball, if you don't, like if Steph doesn't jump, Tomoko can't reach the ball because she's on the other side. that doesn't apply to bowling or golf. That's why when we historically I've only ever played these two, played globally, until we started streaming. But even when we did stream, most of the time, we would only play these two sports because these are the only two that don't involve direct interactions with other players. So for me, playing the game, it's a lot easier for me to focus on ourselves than it is for all the others. I would have said, for me, if we're going to, that's why we had Barbara in the bowling training, because for me, I felt like, if we're going to do this, bowling will be the best one, since we have a decent understanding of the sport itself, we like the sport itself, and we don't have to worry about what the other players are doing. All of these other sports, I look at them and think, me, Infinity rank? No chance, because it's not my comfort zone. My brain isn't shaped, I don't know, it's just, my brain doesn't support that kind of gameplay, where you have to think about how your actions impact others. It's not impossible for me to have a brain that supports that, but right now I don't. So playing these sports, these 6 sports at an advanced level in a match, not very easy. If there were mini game modes, I could probably do well for them. You see Barbara's score here is 68.6 in the 3-point challenge, because it's just Barbara and I. Although in fairness, we also get distracted by the fact that what is it? Actually 68.7. We get distracted by the fact that we're trying to improve our ability so that we can use those skills in the Pro League matches. So that acts as a distraction, which makes it harder to play. But you saw Tomoko do the 3-point challenge, and she looked quite smooth when she was doing it as well, because she's there to stop Tomoko. No one. Only Tomoko can stop Tomoko. Well, actually, I can stop Tomoko as well, but I'm working with Tomoko. We work together, so that there's nothing to really stop us. So Tomoko can get a higher score. It's not necessarily a higher score than other people. I don't know what scores other people have for the most part when it comes to the 3-point challenge. I also like that for the same reason as what we said for volleyball, where we're not paying attention to what the score is, so we just play without thinking about how we're playing in comparison to others. We don't compare our situation to anyone else's, because we're just playing the sport and enjoying that experience. That's why I like not knowing what other people's 3-point challenge scores are. I'm interested to know, because it may give me a sense of how much there is for me to learn, but to be honest, I don't think that's a good mindset either. If you really want to learn more, you will just keep learning. You don't need someone else to set an example of how much you can learn. If you really want to learn, you'll do it yourself. So I think that sort of that encourages the idea that we just shouldn't worry about what other people's 3-point challenge scores are. But this is the thing, because this is the thing you can do on your own. These two are a bit different. Imagine this was online. It'd get a bit crazy. Because once again, there are other people involved. When you play this mode, there are other people that you play with. And then, depending on when you shoot, the other players may respond, or I don't know, because you can throw at the same time as someone else to block them from scoring any points. For example, or you can, that's very useful for this, or you can wait so that everyone else's balls are gone, and then you can get a free shot without any obstacles. So there's quite a bit of strategy to this. Strategy that involves other players, and the other players, you can't control what they do. They could do so many different things. It's basically as dynamic as these sports. So for a player who may be less adaptable, if there was a pro league for this, for example, they may suffer. And they'd suffer with this anyway, because I think this is even worse, because there's passing, shooting, blocking. This is just make a shot. So it's like hot rope jump, where all you're doing is pressing the A button. All you're doing with these three modes is you're pressing the ZR button or the ZL. You're swinging up and then swinging back down. Okay, you have to watch for when other people throw in these two modes, but then that's it. There's not really much to the 3-point contest or the 3-point mini games. What we were saying is that with the mini games, it's nice because they're simplified. Whereas these two sports again is just you on your own, so these are also quite simple. Yes, bowling has a lot of technicality to it, but in terms of you being able to focus on technicality, it's quite simple compared to these sports where you have to worry about things that are out of your control and are constantly changing, or can constantly change. I think the reason why we started talking about that was because we were saying how, for me, if I were to go for the Infinity rank, which we didn't, we went for the A rank to get the crown. Well, we didn't know it was going to be a crown, but we went for that. Then we did Barbara's thing to see how far she could get while just being ourselves and leave off the other players. We don't like how they behave, but we still love them, and we wanted to share that compassion because, like I said before, we get a lot of voted Infinity rank players, so to speak. We called them aspiring professionals, who look at players of lower ranks and say, I can't really see you, you're not worth my time, that sort of thing, and look down at the other players. We want to not get rid of, we want to get people to learn from that and move on to a more supportive culture. So that's why we had Barbara in the Barbara Pro League. What rank she reached was irrelevant because we knew that we'd only get as far as we could. So we didn't know how far Barbara would get. That was the joke. We messed up, or I messed up partially through the process, but I already knew that Barbara well, the goal with Barbara wasn't necessarily to reach the Infinity rank, it was just to go as high as we could. But we chose bowling to do that. Yeah, because Barbara in the Bowling Pro League is a pseudo Road to Infinity rank series. It's a pseudo version because the aim isn't to reach the Infinity rank. The aim is just to play in the Pro League and share a Pro League experience. But it follows the Road to Infinity rank format in the sense that we are playing in the Pro League. With an aim to see how far we can rank up, or see how far we can progress through the leagues. And it was made to counter the existing Road to Infinity rank series where you had the players looking down at others. That was the why did we say that? I can't remember. we're going to get watched very late. Yeah, it's about it being a pseudo infinity rank thing. I don't remember. Not too familiar. And I don't feel, oh, I'm not sure what happened there. I don't feel like talking loud, so I'm just going to reduce the volume. Something to do with stuff, huh? Barbara. Can I do stuff here? What will this do? Probably not much. And then what about this? Yeah, I can't do anything right. Yeah. Yeah, so fucking. Oh, is that because? Yeah, see, that's what I think. So it's a pseudo thing. It's a pseudo road infinity rank series because the aim was to progress through the weeks. But we knew that in order to really be a pseudo road infinity rank, we need to pick a sport where we can actually rise as far as we can. And we chose bowling because out of all the sports, I felt like that would be the best one for us because I know that I get stressed under pressure. So team-based sports, you've seen it with Fumikon football. We don't really work well with team-based sports because we have to work with the unpredictability of our teammates and the opposition, and then our teammates can get upset with us, and we're not able to handle that at the moment. So we need that team-based sports without the question, which just leaves Shambara and badminton, and there's still unpredictability to work with there. And to be fair, I don't think that I'm that good at Shambara. Badminton, I would say back then, we didn't understand the sport very well. I'd say we have a greater understanding of the sport now than before, because we put some more time into it. I look at badminton now and think we're okay with that one, but I don't like saying maybe we could maybe we could play in the Pro League then. Maybe we could for fun, but I wouldn't get my hopes up for rising up through the ranks because we're not supposed to be working for the ranks. And also the fact that you're working for the rank, that's a distraction from just playing the sport. Don't think about the rank as you're playing, just play. The rank will do its thing, you're not working for it. But I do like badminton, really, I like badminton. I've always liked badminton. But I also like how simple it is. The Shambara is simple. Maybe it's too fast paced, that one. Here you have a net separating the two players. The shuttlecock has to travel enough distance before you can react. So I guess the gameplay is a bit slower. Shambara can be quite fast paced. And just the slightest. Yeah, you just get less reaction speed with that one. That's what I think. Maybe we'll do that one soon. My brain's thinking at this point you might as well do a full review, but it's not really what I wanted to do. I feel like I'm stretching myself. I don't think I should be doing this, but we'll just do it. Whatever. I don't know if I'll ever do it. And considering I can't see us reaching Tomoko and Tomoko, huh? Yeah, no. Let's get Barbara. Oh, you're tired, Barbara. Okay, is Gwen still here? Okay, Susana. try and get her. Oh, Susana's face. We actually have similar faces, Tomoko. Take care of yourself. We'll be right here when you're ready. Yeah, see, I'm not taking care of myself, it's bad. Here you guys got, is that Misaki? Is Misaki in that outfit? That's not Gwen, no, it's Susana. Susana. Hello, Susana. See, when this happens, I don't know what to do. I like your racket, Susana. Why are you swinging so much, Tomoko? One game wins the match. Ooh. Ooh, Tomoko. I see what you were going for. Didn't work. Susana versus Susana. That spin looks interesting. So it looks like Susana's winning. How did you do that, Susana? Oh, it's out.
15 all.
You're lucky because Tomoko was not going to get that. Looks like Susana's at the front. And Susana's at the front. Oh, Tomoko, you changed direction. Well done, Susana. You gave the ball away to Susana. Ah! Oh, Misaki. She's off screen. What happened to Misaki? Susana, you can't be doing stuff like that. If you keep doing that, Susana will win. You have to be careful, Susana. Tomoko. It's Misaki. Yeah, they're not too tired. Yeah, Tomoko, you fell asleep.
Match point.
She's in the Tomoko zone. Susana, what was that?
30 all.
She was probably getting tired. Wow. Careful. Cool. Oh, Susana. Ah, well done.
Receiver.
That was all you, Susana.
Match point.
Wow. Susana, what was that? You just couldn't handle yourself. You know, it's funny because you can have clones.
Deuce.
Holographic clone. Oh, no holograms here. Wow, Susana. Oh, Tomoko, too late.
Advantage. Receiver.
You wanted to hit it straight back at Misaki. I really like tennis. So, tennis is Susana's face. So tennis is not Susana's face. Tennis has always been a childhood favorite. Tomoko. Yeah, tennis has been a childhood favorite. Real life tennis is funny. Film the Sky talks about it as well. I wonder if there's something in that. You see, I know there's the autism label, but he is autistic, and I'm also Susana. Tomoko's doing the funny face. Yeah, we're both autistic, we both like tennis. I just feel like there's something going on there. It's not like you have to be autistic to like tennis, that's not what we're saying. It's just the fact that we're both autistic and we both like tennis. There must be something about tennis that, you know, connects us. The sports that Sky and I seem to like do seem to line up. We both like bowling, we both like golf, and we both like tennis. He also likes volleyball, and to be honest, I do like volleyball. I don't know if I like it as much as he does, but I do have fun when I play that sport as well. Those 4 sports we have in common. What is it? Bowling, golf, tennis, and volleyball. We like those sports. We have very similar brains, and this is quite interesting because that's what we've been talking about for the past 2 hours. It's been about the kind of brain that you have and what sports that helps you play. What sports are you suitable for based on what kind of brain you have? Yeah, that makes me think that. But I feel like Susana's eyebrows are even more raised than usual. Let's go back to the Sportsmate. Steering the ball left or right? Yeah, the timing of your swing. Yeah. Well, that's one thing I like about tennis. It's simple. You know, it's funny. You mentioned Mario Tennis Aces earlier. It's simple. Tennis is simple. Well, maybe that's why I like it. In real life, it has a lot of technicality to it. It's similar to badminton in the sense that you have to respond to an opponent. Another thing that I don't like about tennis is that you have to play doubles. And so, if you're playing doubles, and you're playing with the clones, and we'll have to do the thing. Yeah, we'll have to do this. The thing, we have to reset the Joy-Cons so they're connected as one player. And the green one, there we go. Okay, so if you're playing in the Pro League, you'll be playing with the clones, with the clone, the holographic clone. Like, the actual color of the clone is changing. Tomoko's clone is changing here, even though that's not a live picture of the clone, or maybe it is. That's quite weird, because that's not a live picture of Tomoko, but the clone seems to be a live picture. Anyway, you play with the clone, so when you swing the Joy-Con with the clone, you also swing it for yourself. Or you swing it for the the other characters, so both characters swing at the same time. Which, yeah, that is how it works in esports. The problem with that is, if you then swing, and you swing too early, you can leave yourself open. But that ramps up the risks, because when you play at the net, you play close to the net, and you're able to get that strong topspin hit. The ball can go really fast, and so a bit like with Shambara, your reaction speed needs to be quick, otherwise you could get yourself in trouble, because the opponent can hit the ball and you can't get to it. Again, this kind of thing does happen in Mario Tennis Aces as well, but then at least you're only in control of one of the two characters, i.e. you're in control of the person at the net or the person at the back. And that's also why I like playing with two characters together, which is why I called Susana, because I can help Susana and Tomoko. But if I'm helping Susana, I'm not swinging for Tomoko at the same time, so it allows some more freedom, which helps me play this one. That makes it more fun. Like I said, I also just like tennis in general, but that's probably, again, like I said with Sky, it's probably got something to do with our brains, why we just like tennis. Bowling as well, I also generally like golf. I've never really been that much into basketball. I'm not sure if that has something to do with the culture around it, but basketball just never, it really hasn't stood out to me, that one, in real life. I've played badminton in real life, I like it, but it's hard for me to play in real life. That one I struggle with. To be honest, I'm not good at any of the sports in real life, maybe this one, that's about it. But badminton, I played that one. It's okay. Do I watch people play badminton? No, historically no. Maybe that's because I've historically found it boring in comparison to tennis, but I've never really watched badminton gameplay until playing this game. Whereas tennis, I've grown up watching tennis because of my mum. So tennis has been a big sport for me. Football, because my dad likes football, watched a lot of football. I like football. I don't like playing it, but I do like watching. I kind of like playing it, but then I get scared, isn't it? Football, I like football, but it feels like a lot that sport does. Sorry. Yes, football feels like a lot. Tennis, generally speaking, is a calmer sport. But yeah, like with badminton, you have the uncertainty of what your opponent is going to do. But when you're controlling both, ball swing can be quite costly, and you're very close to each other. So the gameplay at the net can be quite intense. So if you're someone, again, who struggles with that fast-paced environment, tennis is not going to be a sport that you can handle with, especially in the Pro League at a high level, because you play at a high level. You could take Rohan, for example. He knows how to handle that environment, which is why he's Infinity, right? He knows how to handle that quick tennis environment, but I wouldn't, or not without intense practicing. But that's the problem, that will take time. It will take time for you to practice. So what we're saying is, if you don't have a brain that can cope with that, it will take some time for you to practice. Whereas if your brain's suited to something a bit more slower paced, it will be easier for you to pick up bowling, golf, and to play relatively well at that in less time than tennis or basketball or all the others, really. Again, badminton has a nice pacing to it. I'd say badminton is a nice pace. The others are really quick. Basketball with the mind games. Volleyball has the mind games to it as well, and you have to watch out for your teammate in both of them. Tennis, you don't really get a teammate. You can't, in the Pro League, you can't get a teammate. But that can be quite quick because you have the net play and then Shambara, which we haven't shown yet. Shambara, well, we'll see. We'll play and then you'll see. Is that Chris? I can get to see your eyebrows again. Oh yeah, he has the regular sword because we said to him, you'll have the regular sword. We made that agreement with Chris. I want to see your eyebrows, Chris. Why are you charging for? I think I don't know, he keeps charging. Oh. When you're rushing, it can be hard to get the input right. We wanted to do a side slash. Tomoko, what are you doing? But she did a diagonal slash, and so she collided with Chris's sword. Wow, he... that was straight, somehow. Ah, that's it. You have to be patient. So you have to be patient, but you have to play really fast. You don't have to. There's different ways to play, but then it's like... It's mind games, isn't it? Yeah, play defensive, Tomoko. You got him. And that's it, isn't it? You don't know what the other person's going to do. It's just a case of, do you nail it, or do they do something that you... Wow. You did it, Tomoko.
Finish.
Look at her face. Tomoko's so cheeky. She's a nice girl, but she's not afraid. She's not afraid to win. It's that little bit of Sibon in Tomoko. Yeah, there are different ways to play that sport, so that's quite interesting. You don't have to try and predict. Yeah, that's a bit like, oh, that's the one we didn't. That's the one we didn't have. you know why that happened? It's because we played so much trial mode, and trial mode just uses the difficulties. It just doesn't allow you to select the difficulty, but it uses them. When we played so much trial mode, we just used to. And Shambara is one of those sports that I wouldn't pick because I didn't think I'd do very well. But then we said, no, we've got to do it for James. James wants to play Shambara. Okay, we're doing this for James. It's James' turn. James's turn to play Shambara. So we just started playing Shambara a lot more after that. I don't know if it was James who played it first, but someone did. Yeah, that's how that became the thing. But there are different ways to play. You can play more methodically, but you still have to be quite quick, because if a player is playing really quick, then you have to try and guess what they'll do. I feel like that's a nice sport though. It's not. I feel like tennis is actually more rapid fire than Shambara. When you're playing at the net, tennis can get really fiery. In Shambara, if you get a block, it resets the play, and then you just have to sort of, I don't know, you have to adjust the Shambara, or what the Shambara sword, so that you don't get hit again. Just keep trying to. There's different strategies, isn't there? So you can try and play offensive, or you can play defensive. But either is valid because an attack can always be blocked. And if you get the block, you can just attack again. So you don't have to go for an attack all the time. You could just try and hope that you get the block. Hope. Well, I guess it is hope, isn't it? Because you don't know what the other person's going to do. But you can try doing that. I'd say getting a block in Shambara, or blocking an attack, is a lot easier than in basketball, because in basketball, once they enter the shooting phase, you don't know when they're going to shoot. Shambara, you don't know when they're going to attack, but you can always be on your guard and just adjust as you see fit. You can't do that with basketball because you can only guard once. Or you can guard when you feel like it, but you only guard for a few frames. And then after those frames are finished, then you have a few frames of cooldown, as they call it. In other words, there are a number of frames where you can't block, and that gives the attacker the chance to take a shot. That's not the case with Shambara, because when you can block, as long as you're not stunned, you can block infinitely. So that opens Shambara up for players who prefer a slower pace. That's one thing that I noticed about Shambara compared to swordplay in Wii Sports Resort. Swordplay in Wii Sports Resort, you could just go. There was not much cooldown, or what we call ending lag in Super Smash Bros. You can swing the Wii remote for an attack and then immediately swing again with not many frames between each of the swings. So it would be quite hard to block. I remember my brother used to love Shambara, he loved swordplay because he just swings rapidly, and then you don't even know how to block. He gets you. It's almost a case of who can swing first. Because if he gets to swing first, he just combos you and you're gone in less than a second. You can't do that in Shambara. Which I think is interesting. It's like they make the sport more accessible, because you can still play fast, but you can't play super fast, so fast that the other person doesn't get a chance, or doesn't get an easier chance. They make it easier to play in this game. I think that's nice. It makes the sport a bit more accessible. also makes it last a bit longer. It feels more like a sport rather than just rapid fire if you get that. I mean, it's still a game, right? The sword play in Wii Sports Resort isn't invalid because it's too quick. It's just it's a different kind of game, and maybe that kind of game is harder to play for a lot more people. So maybe they've made it a bit more balanced. But that ability to have, have a few more strategies than simply attack. You don't have to go for the attack. You can try blocking. Of course, if no one attacks, then it's stalemate, right? But it makes it such that you don't have to attack if you don't feel like it. Whereas tennis and basketball and badminton, with basketball, do you have to attack? Well, yeah, you have to attack with all of them. Basketball, you get quite a bit of freedom, I would say, in terms of when you get to attack, because you're on the ball for about 20 seconds, to the point where people do exploit that. You're on the ball for that long, but you're on the ball for a while, so you can take your time, think about when you're going to shoot or when you're going to pass. And if you don't dribble, then the ball doesn't get stolen. But that does make the defensive play a bit harder, because if you then swipe, you can't defend. Whereas here, you can always defend, you can always attack, but you can also always defend. Here you can't really defend. If you're the person in front of the attacker, the person with the ball, you can't defend. All you can do is hope that they dribble and then you can swipe. But until that happens, you can't do anything. This is a lot more reaction based. This is reaction based as well. Not really. Because the swing can happen really fast. You can't really respond to the swing once it's been initiated, because some people can swing so fast that you can barely see the startup leading to their swing. You can barely see their movements leading to the swing. So if that happens, you just have to think, what are they going to do? Like in volleyball, there's not much to suggest. At times there isn't that much to suggest where they'll swing, where they'll send the ball once they're actually about to hit it. You have to predict that. That's what Shibari is like. I'm not really sure how to explain what I want to explain, but I do think that makes the sport interesting for a player who likes a slower pace. I thought Shibari was, I'm just going off of memory, I thought it was rapid fire. There are mind games to it, but I think it's mind games that just allows for a bit of, it gives you some time to relax a bit. If you make a mistake, you're not finished, because you can still guard the next attack. Whereas basketball, for example, if you swipe at the wrong time, then the other player gets to drive really far, and then it's like they're in control at that point. So then they get to drive really far, put the pressure on you, enter the shooting phase, get you scared, so then you jump to block. You miss the block because you don't block the shot because they don't actually jump to shoot, and then they get a clearer shot at the basket and make the point. You make a mistake, it's quite big, but with Shibari, you make a mistake, you get another chance to block. In fact, that's the thing about volleyball as well. You make a mistake, you might miss the ball, and then that's it. It's landed on the ground. You can't come back. Badminton's nice because you're very likely to hit the shuttlecock, but if you hit it too soon, yeah, you have to watch out for that. Badminton's quite technical because if you don't know how to hit the shuttlecock a little bit later, so it's a defensive shot, overhead shot. Is it overhead? No, it's underarm shot. Defensive underarm shot. If you don't know how to get those, you can get stuck, like how Tilly did when she first played. When she was playing with Maria, she kept doing overhead offensive shots, and then Maria kept smashing them. Because they kept reaching Maria really quickly, so Maria could smash, and Tilly was just getting pushed back. She couldn't get to the shuttlecock. Because Tilly didn't know how to play defensive in badminton. She knew about the drop shots, but that's all she knew. So she didn't cope. But from my experience, badminton is not overwhelming. We covered every sport apart from football. For me, the sports that are overwhelming I find volleyball to be overwhelming. I find tennis to be overwhelming. I find basketball to be overwhelming. Shambara online, I haven't played it too much. I think I feel overwhelmed when I play these two. Why would that be? Of course, there are other, there's an opposition, you don't know what they're going to do. Maybe that comes from a lack of knowledge of the sport. I don't know how to respond. Maybe that's also I get scared because I don't know what to expect. Yeah, because I don't know what to expect. I don't know if I do something, are they going to do something that I can't return to? I can't return. So maybe I get scared, I lose confidence, and maybe that's why. I feel overwhelmed with these two. Because when we play in trial mode, I'd say when we play in trial mode, we still feel okay with most of these sports. Even tennis, I feel the only sport in trial mode where I feel overwhelmed, in particular, would be this one, football, sometimes Shambara, and then basketball. Why? Football will probably get to when we play. It's the last sport at this point. Shambara, I don't know what the other player's going to do. And I feel like whatever I'll do won't be good enough. Which of course with Tomoko wasn't always the case. With Tomoko, what was funny is when we played offense, we suffered. When we played defensively, we felt a bit more comfortable. Not that we could have still lost. Not that we couldn't have still lost, because if Chris counted Tomoko's defense, then he would have won, but he didn't. I would argue that I like to play defensively, but that is my playstyle, because I know that if I go offense and miss, then I start to panic, because I don't know. I know that the other player then becomes in control. They may go for another attack. How am I supposed to block? But when I think about it now, Shambara is not that bad, because again, you always get that chance to recover. You can always block again after you get hit. So you just need to think about what's going to happen next, rather than thinking about the fact that you got hit. And there's not that many things that can happen. All you can do is get pushed back. Now I will say with the other swords, yes, see, we just had the simple sword. But if they had the twin swords, you don't know which one they're going to attack with. And then with the charged sword, the charged sword's not that bad. I'm not sure if the charged sword has greater knockback when you guard at the right time. So let's say Tomoko attacks this person, and then that person guards Tomoko's attack. Right as Tomoko would have hit them, then Tomoko receives more knockback. But I'm not sure if it's the same as with all of them, if they all receive more knockback. I think so. I think with the charged sword, when that happens, it builds up the charged sword faster or something, I don't remember. It makes a noise when you do that perfect block, so to speak, with the charged sword, so I'm not sure. Yeah. I know this is a lot of personal thought stuff, so I'm not sure if you're interested in this. And it's been 3 hours and a half. It's very late. But yes, the sword, I'm just thinking the sword is simple. It has the most powerful strike, yes. But it's just the sword, so you can follow the sword. It's just one sword to follow. No surprise attacks. To be fair, the charged sword having the stronger attack, the stronger charge strike, it doesn't change much. Why I say that you do receive knockback even when you block it with the charged sword. Although I think I'm not sure of what happens if you do a perfect block against a charged strike. Yeah, you still receive knockback, but then you just block the next attack, isn't it? So as long as you're fine with blocking, having the charged sword doesn't necessarily give the opponent an advantage. You just need to be able to block. Same with the twin swords. Yeah, they can use 2 swords, but all you have to do is focus. And because if your style is to guard, just focus on what you think the opponent will do. And then if you miss, then stay focused. And if you get an attack, then it's your chance to strike. So you strike with the charging thrust to give the opponent more knockback, and then prepare for the next attack. If you think you can see a clear opportunity, then you can attack. Yes, see, with the twin swords, actually getting an attack through is quite difficult, because they can block with either sword, and they can have the swords in different positions. They can cover, I think there are 3 different ways to block, so they can cover 2 of them, which is quite a lot. So attacking against the charged sword can be quite hard. Yeah. But then it has the weakest strike. Apart from when it uses the spinning strike, it has the weakest strike, the twin sword. And then the same applies, it's just guard. You can attack, yeah, and if you get the attack, it's good. But if you don't want to attack, you can always guard. And if you get the guard, then you can start attacking. So just because these 2 have special needs, you shouldn't have to feel worried. That's also why we just use the basic one, because we can just focus on striking, since that's what you need to do anyway. Just focus on striking. I think the other reason why I picked the simple one, I mean Tomoko, it does suit Tomoko as well, because Tomoko's simple. She doesn't seem very sophisticated. And we don't want to fuss around which sword we're going to use, we're just here to play. It's nice to use the other ones, it can be interesting, but we don't want to put too much thought into what we do, so that's historically why we'd always pick the sword. A bit of a joke, because we just like being simple. Me and myself, we like to be simple, so we just pick the most basic option. And the sword is the most basic option, so we just pick the regular one. That's why we picked the regular one. We like being basic, and with that, it's kind of funny that when it comes to basketball, we go for 3-pointers because that's not very basic, is it? It's also interesting because bowling and golf, you just play on your own. So in terms of combating other people's strategies, you don't really have that, so that makes it basic in that regard. Again, golf, the course is always the same. The course doesn't change. The wind, the strength of the wind does change, but the course itself is always the same. The hole does change position, but then even the green is always the same. So it's in that sense that it is a bit more basic. And even like I said about badminton, the controls are quite simplified for that as well. All you do is swing and return the shuttlecock. They can only return it a limited number of ways, so it's just following the shuttlecock. That's what you have to do. A bit like a heart rate jump, follow the flaming lava bubbles. Notice when they speed up and when they slow down. If you can do that, then you can keep going forever until you get distracted. That's why I like badminton, because you can do that, just follow the ball or follow the shuttlecock. Volleyball, the ball can go so many different places and you can't cover all of them. Badminton, you can cover all of them. Tennis, you can't. That's also why, again, with tennis, I prefer singles. This is the thing that Livia and I talked about. I prefer singles with tennis than doubles, because I can't cover everything with doubles. So if I make a mistake, well, I guess the size of the court is slightly bigger as well. So if I make a mistake, then my teammate maybe would have to cover, and if he can't cover, then we lose the point. And he plays at the rank, well, he plays in the tournament thing, so there's a rank. And he does like ranking up. I don't think he puts a lot of pressure on me in terms of him ranking up. I know that he wants to rank up, so I guess in that sense I put pressure on myself, but he's quite relaxed with that. And he knows that at least he's got someone to play with, and he thinks that I play quite well. So I guess for him it's better than nothing. But for me, I know that if I miss the ball, then he has to cover, and that can be quite challenging. If I take risks, then he has to cover for that as well. So tennis doubles, there's a lot going on. Tennis singles is nice because it's just you. You only have to worry, like with badminton, you can follow the ball. There's only one ball to own, there's always only one ball to follow, but then there's only one person who can hit it. They can only hit it a certain amount of ways, like with badminton, based on where they're located. So there's a bit less. It's a bit less going on. There's less that they can do, there's less unpredictability, because there's only one person hitting the ball. And there are less places where the ball can be hit, because I guess the area that's counted within bounds is smaller when you play singles, when you play in a singles match. So I would say, yeah, I prefer singles. I like doubles when I can control both, because I guess the unpredictability is countered by the fact that if I make a mistake, I can cover it with the other player. Not always, but with the movement being automated, the characters move on their own. It means I have... Oh no, are you going to lose the video? Not on my watch. The video is still here. Yeah, you can cover for your mistakes because the characters move on their own. Not always, but a lot of the time you can, so there's a bit more room for error. The music is duplicated. I wonder what that was sound like in the video. I have absolutely no idea. This is the first. These recent days have been the first days in years where the TV audio is this high. Because I always have it playing through headphones. Badminton. Oh yeah, we were just talking about tennis, yeah. Yeah, that's also why I like playing tennis. I mean, I was never good at hitting the tennis racket, the tennis ball over the net, same with badminton. But I liked that about badminton and tennis, because you can follow what happens. Even watching doubles is fine. That's also why watching football is fine, because there's only one ball to watch. Yeah, I can see the players, but not all the players are going to be involved at the same time. So I guess it's less chaotic. I think that's what I like about football. I don't know if basketball pitches are smaller than football pitches. I think they are. If I recall correctly, I think they are smaller. Which I guess enables more possibilities. I.e. more things can happen at a set time. I'm not sure if that's why I don't like basketball, or if I don't like basketball because of some other reason. Say I don't really like rugby. I think American football is very similar to that. I don't really like those sports as much, but I don't know if it's something else that I don't like about the sport, or if it's the fact that, well, no, because with rugby and American football, you get a lot of space. Like with football, the pitch is quite big, so I think it's just something else. I think, yeah, going with those sports, it's a lot more physically aggressive. I don't even know how you lose possession in those sports. Also, I think that's true of basketball, because, you know, see Tomoko play it, for example, you can get the ball off the other person by swiping at them. Whereas with football, yeah, you can tackle, but a lot more kicking happens with football. I'm sure that does happen in basketball, there's a lot more passing. Same here, passing. So I wouldn't say that the tackling feature gets used often, but maybe because it's hands, I don't like it. I don't know. I don't know why I don't like that. I've never really took the time to watch basketball and appreciate it. There's something about it that I don't like. In my head, I'm just thinking about the space. It just feels really clustered. As for rugby, rugby is a lot more physical because you're holding on to the rugby ball. So then, it's quite hard to lose possession in rugby without physically doing something to the player, whereas football is more about kicking. If the ball's always on the ground, so you can get to the ball without having to hurt another player, and you're supposed to, right? You're supposed to touch the other player. You can, but you're not supposed to. That's not the aim of the game. The aim is always to get hold of the ball. And when you do hurt another person, it's classed as a foul, and then they get a free kick. So maybe the lack of physical contact with football, and there's still quite a lot of physical contact at times, but I think it's not really intended to be a very physical sport in terms of physically holding on to other people. So maybe that's what I like about football. I don't like playing it because yeah, you do get into those physical situations at times, and I don't like that. So that's why I'd rather play something like tennis. But that's also why I like football, because the pitch is quite big, so you have that technical side of it, but then also it's not always fast paced, because like with Shambara, if you make a mistake, the other team can easily counter. They can easily counter what you do, and if the mistake is big enough, like a basketball, then they can get a clearer chance to score. Football. Well, we're not really at football yet. We haven't played it. Shambara just played. Played it about half an hour ago. And we said it's nice because the pacing is slow. That's how I feel with this sport. The pacing, I mean, as long as you hit the shuttlecock correctly, the pacing is also slow. Or it can be slow. It can be slow and fast, but so can Shambara as well. And so can tennis. It can be slow and fast. Hot rope jump can be slow or fast. Bowling and golf are always slow. You do have a timer in both. They're both survival sports. Or in Play Global, you play a survival game with both of them. You do get a timer with both of them, and this one does have obstacles sometimes, which are moving. But generally, these two are always slow. These two are slow and can be fast. This one's also slow, which is probably why I like it. I also like watching it. Real volleyball as well, I like watching it. Because you have the 3 steps: bump, set, spike. Although in real volleyball you don't have to do all 3 of them, you can just get the ball across the other side immediately without having to do all 3 steps, but you can only do 3. You can only hit the ball 3 times on your touch, otherwise the point goes to the other side. That's for volleyball, yeah. Yeah, my only issue with that one is the randomness side to it. That's why that one overwhelms me. More in Play Globally overwhelms me because, like maybe with Tennis Aces, the area that you're covering is quite big. That enables the opposition to do a wide variety of things. So there's more options for you. Yeah, there are more combinations you can do with your teammate, but then there are also more ways for the ball to slip past both you and the teammate. So that level of uncertainty does increase the difficulty for someone like me. That's why volleyball, even though it can be played slow, and it is a slow sport in this game because you always bump, set and spike. These 3 have a dynamic pace. This sport's always slow. That's funny because Sky likes this one, as well as these 2, which are also slow. This one's always fast because even though, yeah, you have the mind games are dynamic. You never know when someone's going to enter the shooting phase until they enter, and when they do, they can shoot at any time and you have to respond to it immediately. As with volleyball, once they're getting ready to shoot, you have to respond to that immediately. And they could do so many different things. Yeah, you do have to respond with these 2 sorts as well, but I feel something different. What is the difference? I'm not too sure, but I think it has something to do with the fact that maybe the possibilities are a bit more limited than with volleyball and basketball. Perhaps, maybe that's what it is, not sure. It sounds like along those lines. If you understand what I'm saying, then you already know what I'm saying. If you don't, then that's a problem, I guess, because then I'm leaving a mystery that you don't understand, or maybe you're just thinking that I'm not making sense, and that bothers me because I want to make it make sense, but I can only do so much, so it's sad. My eyes hurt, it's very late. I would like to stop, but I would also like to continue to finish this off. I don't think I will ever do this again. I'm not sure if I will or not. We only did this because we were supposed to get Tomoko to keep playing basketball, and then I just wasn't feeling it. Tomoko clearly wasn't feeling my energy, so all of her shots were wonky. In those playing greatly sessions, 90% of them were wonky. And then when she did the 3-point challenge, her shots were really good. I know she's closer to the basket, but her shots were really good. And then some of the games with Barbara, her shots were really good. But that wasn't happening when she was playing in the Pro League. So again, lucky we didn't have 3 opponents, because all 3 of them would be actually 2 of them would be happy because Tomoko was playing poorly, and the other one would be screaming at Tomoko because she's playing poorly. We didn't have to deal with that. Lucky us, or lucky me, because Tomoko doesn't care. Well, she doesn't care that much. She does care, but she doesn't let it get to her. She doesn't let it make her feel sad. Or it doesn't make her feel that sad. That's what we were meant to do, and then we just started talking about all of the sports, because we were saying that we don't have the right brain to do what we need to do to reach the higher leagues with this sport, simply because our brain, not simply because, but I think it's because our brain just isn't suited to how basketball works. And then we said, it's not that we can't reach the higher leagues, it's just it will take a lot more time than it may take for other people, because our brain just isn't suited to the way the sport works. And we started talking about how our brain works with these other sports, and what kind of brain would be more suitable for what sport. So with this sport, we're saying, yeah, fast pace, not really fast pace, it's a slow paced sport, but there's a lot of unpredictability. Yeah, there's a lot of unpredictability with this one, so your brain has to work quite quickly. This sport and this sport cover a limited area and involve a limited range of inputs. Yes, they can be played at a slow pace or a fast pace, but the simplicity of it, the fact that you're playing on your own, you still have an opponent, but you're playing by yourself. You're playing against one other person. You don't have to worry about a teammate. It enables you to follow the opposition a lot easier, because there's only one opposition rather than 2 players against you. So there's less to follow, so it's easier to focus on less stuff, and there are less inputs, so there's less unpredictability. So even though these still involve other players who play at a slower, well, players who can't focus on so much, it will be easier for them to reach higher leagues with these sports. Same for these sports, because it's just you again, like with these sports, but then you're not even worrying about opposition necessarily, because they don't affect how you play unless you let them. Question mark. The problem with bowling though is that it's a lot more technical than the other sports, in my opinion. because you have to worry about how you throw, how you twist the Joy-Cons, how you swing the Joy-Con, how you twist it, and the timing of your swing. Or when you flick the Joy-Con as well, because when you do that flicking animation, when you do that flicking motion, that's when the character releases the ball. I don't know if it's really a flick, but it's along those lines. When you do that, the character lets go of the ball. So there's so much to the sport that makes it a bit difficult compared to these two. But then it's just you doing it. That makes it a bit more simple. Golf, again, same course. Course never changes. Quite simple to hit straight shots with full power. And then you just have to learn how to regulate your power when necessary, how to add that spin. And we're getting better with golf. Over the years, we've always been okay at it, despite the fact that we never played Wii Sports Golf that much. Our golf knowledge came from Mario Golf Super Rush, that really helped. Regulating the power, I guess we were just fine-tuned to that. But that's the sort of thing we're saying. We were able to just pick up golf and get straight, strong shots with barely any experience. Although to be fair, we have played real golf. Not much. In terms of driving, not much with that, but we have done it before. So I guess that helped. Maybe, I don't know. But I'd argue our brain is just suited to golf, so that's how I played really well with that one. These four have less to focus on. Well, bowling actually has quite a bit to focus on technically, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just you. With these two, with these four, it's just you. And with these two, it's just you and the opposition. Tennis is also just you, but like volleyball, it can be rapid fire. There's a lot more unpredictability with tennis, because two players are controlled at once and you have to be able to respond to both, and if you're playing at the net, it can be hard to return. You don't get much time to return if you're playing at the net, and if you don't return, the other player may be on the wrong side to receive the ball and then you miss. So that can be quite bad with tennis. So that can be quite overwhelming. There's tennis and volleyball. And then basketball has that unpredictability. I wouldn't say it's fast paced. Again, volleyball is not fast paced, but there's a lot of unpredictability with that sport as well. Again, I'd say more than with these two. It's not just unpredictability, but it's unpredictability that's not very easy to recover from. You make a mistake, someone gets an easy shot, they get 3 points. You make a mistake, the other person's on the wrong side of the court, I guess, and then the other team gets a point. But here you make a mistake, you can block the next attack. Here you make a mistake, I guess the same thing happens with this, but then I guess it's harder to make a mistake. You get more time to recover. I think the worst case scenario with badminton is you just swing too early, or you swing too late. You give away a wobbly shot, or you just don't hit the shuttlecock at all. You give away a wobbly shuttlecock, or you just miss the shuttlecock altogether. But even if you do overhead swings, you can still recover from it if you do the right counter attack. It's harder to, yes, but you can recover and reset the rally. Tennis is harder to do that because you get tired over time, and then the other player can be in the wrong spot. It's not impossible to recover, but it's just a lot harder because yeah, the unpredictability, but it happens so quick, and the ball's just gone. Imagine you're dealing with those top spins. That's it. Yeah, basketball, tennis, volleyball, there's there's a level of unpredictability. That's hard to recover from. And the thing that's unpredictable, it happens really fast, which I guess is what makes it unpredictable. But yeah, it's really fast and it's hard to recover from. But with these four, it's not as fast. And even when it is fast, you can recover from it. With these two, there isn't unpredictability at all, because you're in control of everything that happens. You can't control the wind, but then you know what the wind's going to be like, because you can see it, you can see the representation of its strength. So you know what to, well, you don't know what to do necessarily, but you can adapt to it and you get the time to do so. Same for bowling. When you know what you're doing, you can just do it. Here you have to respond to different things, but you still get a chance to recover when you make mistakes. But volleyball, tennis, basketball, it's a lot harder. That's again, like if you make that mistake in volleyball, that's it, the rally's finished. It's a lot easier to sustain a badminton rally than a volleyball tennis one, which is one of the things that I learnt when we tried Nelly's Infinite Rally. We tried it for tennis and badminton, and tennis was hard because why was it hard? I'm not sure why it was hard. I'm not sure why I found tennis hard. Maybe it's because of the fact that you can swing one way or the other, but if you mess it up, then they turn around and swing the other way. I'm not sure if that's what's playing in, but or is it because the players have there's a wider space that's covered, so if I don't understand what's happening, I don't get as much time to react, and then it's easier to hit the ball out of bounds with tennis. That's probably why we struggled to get her rally going, Nelly's rally going for tennis. Badminton, we found it very easy, to the point where they were hitting the shuttlecock in tune with the music. It felt a lot easier to control, but tennis felt a lot more difficult. I think that in itself just says a lot. The fact that we could do Nelly's Infinite Rally for 20 minutes. I think we spent about 10 minutes before someone scored one of the points. But the tennis was messy. The fact that it was easier for badminton says something about what I'm saying, right? It says that when you make a mistake in badminton, it's easier to recover from. The sport is just easier, it's harder to hit out of bounds. It's easier to recover from, harder to hit out of bounds. The space is just smaller. The volleyball also has that, but it's hard, you can't hit it out of it. You can hit it out of bounds, it's quite fair that you do hit it out of bounds. Tennis you can. I think that's it. I think it's really late now. Football's the last sport. Okay, so I will say this, one-on-one. We did it recently, but I didn't like it. There are a few reasons why I didn't like it. I didn't like it because, again, you make a mistake, it can be really costly. You don't really get a chance to recover because then the ball gets so far away from you. You can try it. Right, yeah, 2 Joy-Cons. Tennis area. No, I did not predict going for 4 hours. Who's that? Shelter or Sabrina? It is Andy. It's neither that's Andy. Well, the frame rate is mad here. Well, you can't actually, you're just seeing 30 frames per second. Uh-oh. Right, see? That's it. Yeah! Wait, the goal doesn't do a special thing. I just noticed that. It's too small. Oh my gosh. Does that suit Tomoko doing that? Yeah, it does. Tomoko's just whatever. There's no limit to how Tomoko behaves. Tomoko's just do what I want. Should we do it again? Oh my gosh. Ooh, well done. Yeah, see? I think Tomoko could have gotten that, because it was rolling quite slowly towards the end. I'm not sure she could have gotten that. It would have definitely been close. There's 1 minute 19 seconds. Oh wow. Go! Tomoko has no energy left. Oh right, you get energy. That's why she keeps getting energy off this. I think Andy's playing it safe. He kicks it too high. Oh, no. Never mind. I like that she does a little plane animation. Tomoko's a plane. Yeah, look, the points have been scored too quickly. Oh my gosh, that's it. It's like basketball 3-pointers, isn't it? You get 2 minute knockout. You get 2 minutes. Well, basketball, you get 100 seconds. The game will be finished after 50 seconds on the clock. I mean, the game won't be 50 seconds long because of the shots, but it will still be less than half of the game time. Well, less than half of the game time will be used because everyone's just making 3-point shots and they're going into the basket. No. I do like this loading screen. I forgot that there was a loading screen. So 4 and 4. I like 4 and 4. Holly got me into. I mean, I always liked football. I think I liked it because I don't know if I have an exact reason. We already discussed that I like football in isolation. I'm just looking to see if Holly's here. Looks like Ren's here. He always seems to be playing football. That's not Ren, that's Tommy. Chris. I can't really see his eyebrows. They look like they're arching, but I can't tell. Raina, Chris, Luca, Abe, Tommy. Well, what position are you playing? Because everyone seems to play wing. Oh, Tommy's not there. He can get it though. And missed. Chris. Hmm? Tomoko, what are you doing? Wait. Oh. Oh well. I'm thinking about that thing where you just get so many chances. You see what they're doing? Wrong kick. Well, that's good. Oh, Tomoko, you should have marched them. That was fun. I like that. I like how it's Chris. Why aren't you playing against Tomoko? Gabriel, what are you doing? Oh, he kicked wrong. That was a good goal. Tomoko, it's always you up here. Gabriel. Oh. Problem is, Gabriel's. Oh, to Abe. Alex? Tomoko. Can you get it? Can you get it? Oh, he got it. Oh, Reina got out. Doesn't get it to Gabriel. Oh, no. Got it to Gabriel. Nope. To Abe. Chris. Gabriel. Tomoko. I'm surprised Tomoko's playing striker right now. Oh. Oh. She's tired. Right now, Tomoko is playing striker. Wow. That wasn't even a pass. Yeah, they don't back pass. Tomoko. Ooh. Wait. Oh, Chris. Well done, Chris. You just gave it to Abe. Oh, and Alex could have gotten it, to be fair, he could have. It's fair. But that was really fun. You're surrounded by the pink team. If Alex, if he wasn't running around, Tomoko does the funny face. The way he's blinking like that. I like Gabriel as well. And they're both wearing glasses and doing the same animation. They both have paler skin. They're two black people, brown people. They're patting the other person on the back. We're here for you. Birthday Tommy, thanks Alex. That was fun. I had a great time playing that. There are so many different ways you can play that sport as well. I would say there are many ways you could. No basketball. I'm done. I don't like. I'd like basketball, but I don't want to think about it. It's been like that for me for the past few months. It's just basketball. No, don't want to think about that. A bit like that with bowling as well. We played significantly less bowling in recent months. And we actually, when we did that and we just kept playing Barbara, we got away from golf. And we forgot how much we liked golf. Yeah. And back then we played bowling or golf, like we said, to earn the items really quickly. But then it became, what's the point playing golf when we're just doing this with Barbara and Barbara plays bowling? So we just did that. In football, I like football because you can be a bit more creative with it. Different players, we agreed to play in different positions. I think Abby's the only one who plays a full striker role up front, centre forward. Holly and Susana play in the wings. Barbara also plays in the wings. Barbara, I can't remember if she's just a striker or not. If her position's or forward. I think Barbara's more of a keeper actually, but she had the keeper outfit. I don't remember what Barbara does. I think Barbara's also a striker. Who's it? Tomoko's midfield, yeah. Tomoko's midfield. Nelly's a keeper. Yeah, Nelly's a keeper. Nelly's a keeper. Tomoko's a midfielder. Holly, Susana, Fada, Barbara are wingers. They're wingers, but they're more like winging strikers. Does that even make sense? Holly will be quite happy to score goals. So Susana, they all like doing that. They play up front, but on the side. And they like to cross, but they also like to score as well. They get on the side and then they draw inwards and try to shoot. That's what those three like to do. We don't have a character yet who just plays on the wings but never goes for shots. They just set up. They play the assist game. I guess Tomoko does do that, but she doesn't play in the wings, so that's the thing. She can go to the wings if she feels she needs to, but she just sort of goes in the middle and marks people. Which is funny because Gabriel was up front and no one else was in front of Tomoko, so Gabriel was on his own. Tomoko had one chance to score, I think, and she messed up. I can't remember what she did wrong though. That's one thing I like about football. I like the different positions, but also when you miss an opportunity to pass or to shoot or to score, you can get another one. With that sport, it's been a case of learning to stick to your position and just accept that, okay, well, the ball's over there now. You can draw inwards, but then you leave a spot open, and if your teammates get the ball out and then there's a space free that you could have been in, then that's an opportunity missed. So teamwork is quite big with football, which is the problem Fumiko had, because no one really played in a way where Fumiko could fit in. Most of the time Fumiko was put in goal, and Fumiko, yes, liked to play in the wings. She wanted to play in the wings, but she couldn't because everyone else wanted to go up front and play globally, so she had to play keeper, but that's not Fumiko's role was not keeper. And to put into perspective, I didn't like playing in the keeper role. I sort of did, but especially with online players, it felt even worse playing as the keeper. So I don't want to play in the keeper, because I know if I mess up, that's it. We've lost the point because of me And that's what kept happening with Fumiko. Fumiko would let in the goals. That's the joke, because Fumiko would be at the back. Fumiko would be at the back because everyone's going up front. And then when the ball gets to Fumiko, Fumiko doesn't know what to do. Because this is not Fumiko's comfort zone. So then Fumiko makes a mistake and it's so close to the goal that the other players can capitalize and score. The games with Holly's really helped because with Holly she plays it as a winger, yes, but eventually we said, okay, let's really focus, let's not get too stressed, let's not worry about all these other things, let's just focus on what our role on the team is. The one thing we had a lot of trouble with was getting we can show you. Getting the downward kicks was our weak point. We just couldn't get those. And it even happened early in the game where Tomoko, she did get a down kick, but it went a bit sideways, like that. If it goes sideways, then she's not getting as much. Yeah, she does that. She's not getting as much distance. So let's see here. So getting it. Yeah. She got it. That was the big thing for Holly. I'm just waiting for the game to give us this message. There's a volleyball area right here or something, because there's more elevators. Well, this one's going up and down. Do the doors open? Yeah, they do. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh. Look, it's where you work, Tomoko. Wow, you get to see all this stuff. I've never actually sat here and done this. Tomoko's just looking at the pool. I like the animations. This is football. What I really like about the football area is that they're playing Shambara, you can watch them. Tennis. You get to move so... Oh, there's the Lotus Bar. You get to move so much in... We actually have to get away from this, we'll get distracted. Yeah, you get to move so much in the football area. You get so much freedom, camera as well. If the whole game was like this, I think I'd have a great time. You just walk around. You see how we walked up to the elevator and looked around? If you could do that. Look, see the person said hello to Tomoko. You just get to look around. I mean, yeah, the camera's doing its own thing. You just get to look around and see stuff. See the other people. See the detail that this game has to offer. We don't really get to see that in most of the other areas because you're just confined to a small space. You don't get to move around freely. That's one of the other things I really like about football. In this game, yeah. Like I said before, I've always been a football fan. Always, yeah, maybe. I think that is the correct thing to say. I've always been a football fan. Yeah, the free movement's really nice. It's also nice that it's 60 frames. You can't see it like 60 frames, but it's cool. And you get to, you see this in Trial Mode a lot. We look at the character up close. Rawr! Yeah, it's just really fun and immersive. Football is the only sport that's like this in this game. And that other thing that I said though about the position, the positions that each of the players have, that's also quite nice again. Okay, of course, if you're playing the keeper in defensive roles, you have a bit more pressure on you because again, if you mess up, then it's highly likely to lead into a goal. Like Alex, he was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time, and then that allowed, I think, Abe or Chris, whoever it was, to score. They scored the winning goal because the defender, the keeper, was not in position. But you don't have to play that role, and of course not many people like to play that role for whatever reason. But even when you do play that role, you're not always on the move. You get some time to think. You even get some time to, like, if you wanted to practice, for example, this, because this is really important. If you're in goal, Tomoko did it wrong then. If you're in goal, if you're at the goal and the ball's coming to you, see if we can demonstrate. We probably won't do it too well, but well, I mean, you could do that. Ooh, see how close that was? And if she did this kick, she would have missed. That's the sort of thing that we're talking about. But because the ball's all the way over there and the players are elsewhere, you just get to practice. Oh, you don't want to do that, but you get time to practice your kicks. If you really want to, you can do that while all the action's happening up front. And of course, you can also come out of goal and if you want to play a bit more offensively, but you're not always on your guard with football. I think that's also why I like it. As I was saying before, the pitch is really big. This pitch is really big. Pitch is really big. There are different roles, different positions. Not everyone's active at the same time, so it's a lot easier to follow the football and the players specifically around the football, and to watch how the gameplay transitions once the possession changes. That's a lot easier to pay attention to. So I like this a bit more. You get to see I have to hold the Joy-Con, the control stick in place. She looks so cute. She has a nice face. Yeah, she's a bit back. Yeah. The action isn't always in your face. With football, there's a bit of spacing with it. I don't think there's much to say, but I think that's the main thing with football. The fact that you have your different roles. I'm saying the same stuff. You have different roles. Not everyone is working in their role. I mean, they are, but don't have to be worrying about kicking. Yeah, I think let's go out again. Yeah, it's just not. You're not always under pressure. The unpredictability is there, but you don't have to worry about it constantly. Whereas with tennis, the ball is going back and forth quite quickly, and with the net play, there's always that chance where you have to make a split decision, and the reaction speed that you have to have is very high. Very low. You need to have a very low rate. Yeah. No, your speed is high, yeah. Your reaction time is low, reaction speed needs to be very high to combat whatever happens. Football, that's not as much of an issue. You can focus a bit more because the pacing is a bit slower. So yeah, you're on a team. I think it's the only sport where you're on a team, but it feels like you have a bit more freedom, or I don't know, more time to think, and then you can make up for mistakes because it depends how good the opposition is, of course, but you can make up for your mistakes, because if you missed one kick, someone else can get the next one, you might get to get the next one, you can get in position for another kick later, and maybe you missing that kick can open up the play, because if the players draw in and then the other person blocks a kick, you're already out there, you can keep going. Although it's funny that there aren't any offside rules, but those are things you can consider with football. I really like playing football. I really like playing football. Yes, because of the freedom that you get. Not even just with this, the 4-on-4 you can do fun things like that as well. You just get a lot of freedom you don't get with most of the other sports. Always said that from the start. Of course, I gravitate to bowling because it's bowling. I did like badminton, like I said, as well. Volleyball, I thought it was beach volleyball for some reason, so I just avoided that for ages. Bowling is the one I played the most, but then I'd always think about football. When I first played with my friend, we played bowling a lot, and then he'd say, "Oh, I don't want to play bowling now." And he might say that, and then he might say, maybe he said, I'm not sure, I can't remember, but I'm sure we had a time where he asked me, "What else should we play?" And I'd say, "I don't know, but I do like football." That would be the one sport I'd recommend. I wouldn't even say tennis because of the clothes. I don't like the clothes. But I would say football. I want to play football. Football, yeah, it's that one. Bowling, football, and badminton. But I wouldn't, playing the badminton against another player, I guess I feel a bit paranoid, so then I would pick that one. It really makes me think about the fact that you don't always have to be on the ball, you don't always have to combat another player or a specific player in football. There's so many players involved with that one. Well, that's all the sports. The problem with football, though, like with bowling, is that it is quite technical. In a similar sense to badminton, what you can do with it is quite limited. You can only really kick up or down to the side. You can header, and you can run, and you can walk. But you can pass and you can curve. See what Tomoko did, where she curved the ball? You can do that as well. That's what you can do. It's quite a lot, but it's... I know, I said it's not a lot. It's like if I've listed many things, but in relation to football as a real sport, there's so many more things that you can do that you can't do. There's not a lot going on, not a lot to watch out for. But then the way in which those skills can be used, like again, bowling is quite simple. All you do is swing back, swing forward, but then you can swing back and swing forward in so many different ways. And those slight differences can affect where your ball ends up. You can have that with football as well. Hit the ball into the wall, and then the strategy involving when to use a low kick, when to use a high one, when to use a diving header, dribbling, passing, kicking the ball over opponents as well. There's so much. There is also an exploit where if you kick from a certain distance, the ball will just go too high and you can't block it if you're camping in the goal. But I don't think that's an exploit. I think that's more strategy, to be fair, because you can go out of goal. And make sure that doesn't happen. As long as you're able to spot that, so that's like a knowledge thing. But once you know what you're doing with football, you can work well with that sport. But it is also a team effort. So what another thing that brings that sport down is your teammates have to understand what you're doing. I guess if you get to higher ranks, maybe they will. When I say higher ranks, I mean if you're at the same rank as them, maybe they'll understand you better. That's one of the things we discussed in the ranks video. Yeah, if you have a similar rank, maybe if you're in a similar league, ranked league. So let's say you're in the A rank league. Maybe the other A rank players understand the way that you're playing because they're used to playing like that as well. Or they've seen that style a lot. So they know how to help you. They also know how to counter you if needed. These are the sort of things that we're talking about. But if that's not the case, then like with Fumiko, everyone can be out there and you're thinking, okay, well I guess I'm in goal, but this isn't how I play. And when Barbara tried to play when Barbara tried to play football more often, she just couldn't find anyone to play. That was the one sport she kept playing. I feel like she played football quite a bit, but she just couldn't get anyone to play with her, i.e. any real players, so to speak. She wouldn't be able to get them. And then the ones she would get, she'd be against them, but they wouldn't play, like, they wouldn't know how to play. And when they lose, they get sad. So playing that sport online, you run into the online problems. The same ones that you run into with volleyball and with basketball, because those are the only two other team-based sports. I was going to say it's a bit weird that only football and basketball have colours. I feel like football makes sense. You have a uniform, typically that uniform is worn by all the players of the same team, so having a team colour makes sense. Basketball, I'm not sure. I guess basketball is the same, isn't it? Yeah. They do that in basketball. Tennis also has team compatibility, but not in the Pro League. So it's just volleyball, football and basketball where you're playing with a teammate. You have to have a decent environment and you'll be really good to inspire that. Or we've tried with basketball, it just hasn't worked because who cares about a random A-rank player, that sort of thing. So no one really picks up. We've had people stop by, but what I will say is most of the people who have stopped by are either Infinity rank players or aspiring Infinity rank players that have probably now reached the Infinity rank. And they play by the 3-pointer rules, so to speak, and we just don't really link up with that. We also don't want to play that way all the time, so it's okay when we do play that way for them, I guess, but when we don't, how do they feel about it? I don't know. And I still think that they have a greater emphasis on the rank than the actual sport, so if we're just playing to play and they're playing for the rank, and then because we're playing the way that we play, we end up losing, they also lose points on their rank meter, if that makes sense. Then they get upset. It's like we were saying with volleyball. It was nice when I wasn't paying attention to the score, but that sort of thing doesn't apply in the Pro League, because when you have a teammate, it's not that it doesn't apply, it's just I don't feel the same way in the Pro League because when you have a teammate, you know that if you lose, then their points on their rank meter will go down, which makes it harder for them to reach higher ranks. So when you're dealing with players who want the infinity rank, they're not going to be happy. Not they're not going to be, it just so happens that they're not happy when you end up preventing them from ranking up. And I have seen it in a stream, and then someone in the live chat gets a teammate, and their rank is A, and they're thinking, okay, and then they're looking at how they're playing, they're just not happy, because they're thinking, I don't know how to play with this person, and because of that we'll probably lose, and then I'll lose my rank. That's how they were talking. The person streaming, it's very hard. He wasn't behaving like that. Don't you think? He did critique his teammate a few times. I don't know how desperate he was for the rank. He has been desperate for the rank at times, we'll say that. But yeah, I would say he wasn't too bad with his volleyball sessions. And the other person, it was too much. I was really sad when I saw that, because I actually thought that the person she was teamed with, the person she was paired with, I actually thought that person was quite good. Yes, she didn't have as much experience, I could see that, but just as a standalone player, I actually felt that that player was playing quite well. I was quite fascinated by the way that player was playing, which does loop me back to Keshiro, who didn't have a basketball rank at all, and yet the way she was playing was quite inspiring. And Sai Swarm, whose rank was a 29mm. We just look at what the player's doing, and that's the bit that gets us moving. Yeah, there's that, and then you know, if we lose because of our teamwork, it's not really a big deal. We don't treat it like that, but some of the players do. And when they do, it makes it harder to play sports like this, because you know, when you make a mistake, it makes other people feel upset because of the way that they think. And I guess that's why we're doing this whole thing. That's why we wanted to try and reach the infinity rank here and here. More so here than here, but either in any sport really, but we felt these were the most likely to, because we understood them. We picked up the 3 points as like it was nothing. We were surprised as well, but we were really on board with how to do it, so we said we could probably do this, but it will be hard because we have to account for the other players too. But we felt we had a chance with this, and then this is just us on our own, and we can pick this up and do okay. We just picked it out with Tomoko early, she still scored 204 points. That's not bad. It's not an infinity rank run, question mark. Like, if you got that score, probably not ranking up past S, but it's still a decent score considering we barely play bowling. We haven't been playing as much lately. That's what I'm saying. I'm doing hand gestures that you can't see, but yes, we had our ambition to reach the infinity rank so that we can encourage players to not go for the infinity rank. It's silly, but we made our ranks video, and I don't know how many people are going to buy into it. In other words, I don't know if anyone will be bothered because we don't have the rank, and that's what the players need to care about. So we need to have the rank so that people, we don't need to, but in theory we need to have the rank so people can see that we have about it and then care about the fact that we have it, and then they'll listen to us tell them to not care about it. And then we can show them stuff like, we can play bowling, we have the infinity rank, and we're looking at the low rank players and thinking, wow, that's amazing. things like that. We're showing our appreciation for the sport more than our rank. Again, we don't care about the Infinity rank that much. It doesn't concern us beyond this goal that I'm talking about right now. We're trying to get people to be more supportive. And players being more supportive really helps for collaborative games like volleyball, football, and basketball. And even tennis, even tennis, if you're playing in the two-player mode. Yeah, you're playing the two-player mode. You have to deal with teams, right? I mean, to be fair, you won't ever get a team apart from the one that you're playing with, tennis. So basketball, volleyball, football. They feel like inaccessible sports because you have to hope that your teammate understands you. Tomoko faced the worst of it when she played football. We just had this guy just antagonizing her because Fumiko wasn't playing very well. Fumiko just wanted to learn how to play Zobingo. That's what she wanted to do. And she never really got the chance to do that. And whenever she did, she messed up. And then this guy's just eating her alive. It's not great. But it's cultured from young because you just get told winning's good, winning's fun. You're not really taught the alternatives. All you see is it's good to win, world record, highest rank stuff. That's what we see a lot. So that's where people get it from, and then it just stays in the loop. And then the next generation pick it up, and the next generation. Until there's a change, that's just how it's going to be. And I don't know how to get that change to work. There are only a few options that I have. One of them is to just keep doing what we've been doing, because ultimately these characters are really fun. And you get to see them. You get to see them as you're playing the game. So they're relatable, and they explore their potential personalities, as they each have different designs, and for me they carry a different persona. Even when you pair them with the name and the title, I just get a certain air from them. You notice Susana, Tigress Barbara with her long hair, Extreme Gwen, the older lady, Jessie, the monster Jessie. To be fair, like the hair is like that, and the eyebrows are thick, very big eyebrows. And she's also quite pale. Not that there's anything monstrous about being pale, it's just as a fun gimmick, monster Jessie. It's not really about the appearance. I think that's kind of what makes me laugh about Jessie. I just thought it was weird. She actually looks quite nice. I'd say Jessie looks quite nice, although she does also look like Susana and Tomoko. But she has a nice appearance, Jessie does. But at the same time, she gets called Monster. It just seems like an odd mix. Maybe Jessie's she likes goofing around, so she calls herself the Monster. Little things like that can be fun. Yeah, and so many characters excited at me. So many characters that have different personalities. When we explore them and show how they can be interesting. I think if we're going to make any kind of impact, that will be the easiest way. I just don't know how effective it will be because it's not the Infinity Ring. But I guess as a conclusion to all of this sports analysis, me reaching the Infinity Ring is not going to be easy. It's possible, but we have to stretch our brain really far. All the sports have some kind of technicality that makes it partially inaccessible, and then all of the sports, well, if you're playing globally, you have the online component, which can be quite distracting for me, making it hard to focus on doing the thing that I'm supposed to do. The one sport that we haven't really tried is golf, but what I can say to you is survival golf. To be fair, we still have the pressure thing, but I would argue we tend to max out at 44 points in trial mode. That won't be enough. We can rank up and make it to S. You can make it to S. And listen from the sky, if you're listening, you can make it to S. Okay, typically when we play together, he does perform worse, but last time we played, he was playing with Kiki. That was a lot for him. I would say I can play well with 2 players, but that's because I've been doing it for ages, since I've been helping Susana and Tilly together. Oh no, that was a waste of time, wasn't it? Can't they take it in turns? Yeah. Where's Tilly? Tilly's over here. There's Tilly. You have Susana and you have Tilly. They play together. We've been doing it for a long time, so we're used to that, and they can both get 44 points. But Sky doesn't do that, so it's quite a big handicap for him. But on his own, he's not that bad. He can make it, but he will need to take some time, because he doesn't play the way we play. We play quite slow when it comes to golf. Even our tee and the way we swing. He swings quite fast, we swing quite slowly. Just a few technicalities. It's not like his way doesn't work, he just needs to focus a bit more if he's going to do it that way. Develop a connection with this one, and then you can play better. But still, 44 points for reaching the Infinity rank, I don't think that's enough. We're learning, but slowly. Not quick enough for the Infinity rank. Golf, I'd say, is out of the question. Bowling seems out of the question right now. We still have more stuff to learn with that one. I don't know how long it's going to take. Basketball seems out of the question because I'm not sure what it is. I really don't know what it is. But with that whole pressure thing, I don't know. We can try again. I don't think it's out of the question. No idea. In terms of could we reach it within the next month or within the next week? Probably not. Within the next month, maybe if I played it a lot, but I don't really want to do that. We did that with bowling and it ate me alive. But that's not really something I want to do. And if that's what it's going to take, then I guess the answer is no. Well, the answer is yes, it is out of the question. And then all the other sports are also out of the question. Because they require a few things. So one, they require you to play against other people. Some of them require you to play with other people. Then you also have the fear factor with all of them. Worrying about you have that, and then you also have the rank, which is a fear factor or distraction. Because you know that you're playing to rank up in this context, which is not really what you should be doing. You should just be playing to get opponents, and if your opponents aren't at your level, then your rank will go up to help you reach players that are at your level. But if you're playing specifically to rank up, that's going to distract us from actually playing. Not it's going to, but it just seems to do that for us right now. So until we can stop doing that, the other remaining 5 sports, I would say, are also out of the question. Which leaves 0 sports, so Infinity Rank is not. It's not really our title. How we're going to do it, I don't know if it's worth it. Yes, we had this session earlier with Susana and Jessie, and at the end, Susana just did stuff, and I was just laughing. I was laughing so much, and then after that, I thought to myself, this feels worth so much more than Infinity Rank, because you think we've just been playing basketball for so many hours. We've been playing basketball with Barbara for 3 whole days worth within the last 2 weeks. Over 70 hours of this with Barbara. Should be 80, I'm sure it's 80 hours at this point. And barely any miscellaneous sessions like that with Jess and Siobhan. So that was like a breath of fresh air, just doing stuff arbitrarily. And when those funny moments happen, I forgot just how fun those things can be, because we're just so stuck on trying to get us to play well enough to reach the Infinity Rank, so that people can actually enjoy moments like that with Jessie and Siobhan. That made me think, you know, maybe we should just keep doing. That's why I showed the Sportsmates earlier. So I was thinking, maybe we should just do what we're doing with the Sportsmates stuff. That stuff is fun. And maybe if we keep doing it enough, it will be noticeable enough for people to think, why is this even a thing? It's not that accessible, so I guess if people just aren't interested, they're going to miss out. And we think that having the Infinity Rank may bridge the gap between, I guess, the lack of information that people have. They don't understand what we're doing can be, not even what we're doing, just what we've recorded can be seen as fun. We need to help make that accessible. We think that the Infinity Rank can help us with that, but like I said, I'm not sure we can reach it. Whether you can reach it will likely depend on which sport you choose and how suitable your brain is for it. How long it would take you, how long it would take. You can probably do it all the sports, but how long it would take you depends on what kind of brain you have. And if the answer is you can't reach it now, then you'll have to work. You have to work through it. And it can take you a while. But it'll be best done with whatever sport you feel most comfortable with. I think that's our conclusion. Oh, right. Tomoko. Yeah, I think that's it. It's been 5 hours. It's not planning to record for 5 hours, but that's what we did. So it's very late. I don't know what tomorrow is going to have for us, but to be fair, we've been released provisionally from all of that basketball stuff. In other words, I don't know if we'll be training. I don't know if we'll be playing as much as we were. Earlier today I was saying I don't even feel like playing anymore. That was how I was feeling. We're playing to gain experience for a rank that we don't even want for ourselves. I'm just thinking, what is the point? There's so many other things we want to do, and we're just doing this. So we wanted to abort mission, completely stop. That's what we wanted to do. So at this point, saying this as I'm very tired, I'm not really sure what we'll do. Yes, I guess what we're saying is it may be 6 o'clock right now. Oh, low battery. Yeah, maybe the time may be this, but at least we don't have a lot to do. Because we won't be training as hard, I don't think. That's effectively what it was training. Yeah. We don't have to do that. We won't necessarily make ourselves do that. It's fine. We're capped to 5 hours, so we'll see if I can think of anything silly to say. Maybe it's fun hearing me just say stuff. So might as well extend the fun. Or something. Creak. Oh yeah, this cable's really slow. I'm very dehydrated because I didn't look after myself. Even the game tells you to look after yourself. That is another thing. If you're not built for the Infinity rank at the moment, you should respect that. And some people, like myself, throw themselves against the wall. What we're saying, what they do is they work themselves harder than they can work, and then when they don't get what they want, they get upset, rather than understanding and appreciating the fact that they're just not ready yet to do what it is that they want to do. They need to spend some more time, but they don't want to spend their time. They want to do it now. It's good to appreciate the fact that they want to do it now as well, and also the fact that they can't do it now. Which I guess is what we're doing, because we're saying, right now, those basketball 3-pointers are wonky, and we can't really unwonk them, i.e. make them not wonky, anytime soon. Or at least not right now. It's going to take some time, and I also don't want to take that time because there's so many things I want to do. And whether or not I learn something is random. Just because I play a lot doesn't mean that I will automatically learn. It may increase my capacity to learn, but not exclusively. What sport was it that we learned something from? Oh, it's 58 already. I feel like it wasn't golf. It wasn't golf. What was it? I don't know what sport it was. But we learned something randomly. Or maybe it was volleyball. We just played and we figured something out. We hadn't played volleyball for some time, and we typically don't play it very often. We've been playing basketball every day for 2 weeks, but volleyball we barely played, and we picked it up and we felt like we learned something. So is it really worth playing every single day when you don't want to? Well, according to the ranks video, no it's not. We said it's best to play when you feel most engaged, because then your capacity to learn is bigger because you want to learn. You're more attentive to what happens. You're more focused on what's happening rather than what you're trying to do. And because you're more focused on what's happening, you're able to absorb everything that happens a lot easier. And so if you don't want to play, and you're playing only to learn stuff, maybe it's best not to play at that time. I think that is the conclusion. So, I'll see you later. Maybe I'll see you never. I don't know.